We can see rooting for Masamune through the chat already, because Magus's Castle, while it is the longest route to go mode, it is certainly interesting to see the strategies to go through that boss rush, as well as finishing up through Ocean Palace.
Indeed, and it of course it depends on what order you get your key items in, but I was being a little facetious earlier. As a generality, people want to avoid Magus's Castle because it takes a little bit of time.
It does. All right, our runners have started, and it looks like we have a Magus Frog start.
Wow. Now, this is special, because historically, they don't get along so well.
Oh, this is generally not what you like to see. They would not like to see each other this early on.
Having said that, they are actually very good early game characters for a couple of reasons. One of them being Magus has great physical attack. Frog's physical attack isn't as good, but he does have several spells in his arsenal that you could learn early and get lucky with.
Yeah. If I were to classify these two, I'd say that both of these would be strong throughout through the mid game, but the late game there are certainly better options than these two, in that Magus does not synergize well with a lot of other characters, and a lot of times you see Frog just become a heal bot.
That's true. That's true. If you want to maximize output damage output at endgame, you probably won't find these characters on your team. But yes, for early and mid game, they can be very, very useful. Of course, Magus has a rainbow of magic colors to use. Everything you need for every situation, albeit a little weak. And Frog, of course, for his great healing abilities. Everyone is familiar with that if they've ever played this game. So we'll see what kind of choices they make as they uncover a few more characters here. We
already see on Artemis that he's discovered the Prism Shard is at the Snail Stop, and he didn't opt to buy it yet because if you don't have Marl, it's not really that useful of an item. He's still going around shopping, looking for some tabs, trying to collect some mid-tonics, shelters, revives, heals, ethers, all that stuff you kind of need to survive.
That's right. And we're seeing a little more of a traditional start, I think, from Artemis here, where he is checking the key items, the two free ones that you do get from the very start, which is Snail Stop isn't quite free. It does cost 9,900 gold, but you can check it right away for free, as well as the Carpenter's Wife. SP Ridley has gone straight to the Cathedral, it looks like, and is going to check those things later, but he has found Luca early, while Artemis scoops up the Thomas Pop.
I'd love to see an early Luca. She is one of the strongest late game characters, if not the strongest late game character for the randomizer.
She has to be the strongest in terms of damage output. Flare, say no more.
And her Fire 2 also synergizes very well with Robo. It synergizes well with Chrono. It synergizes well with basically
Frog,
insert character here.
Frog 2.
Luca synergizes with it.
I have to say something I've discovered recently is that with Frog Flare, which of course combines Flare and Frog Squash, it actually doesn't matter if Frog has full health on Frog Flare. It'll still give you a very nice multiplier.
Yes, we have in chat, Dipwood is asking what's the highest damage move in the game, counting double and triple techs.
I would say Frog Flare, I think.
Frog Flare, I think, has the highest potential. I'm trying to think of something like Gatling Kick, or Dark Omega Flare, or whatever it's called. Omega Flare could do more damage, but it's just not efficient to do it that way.
Yeah, and I can see now that we do have Raster Cecil in our chat, and he is our glorious creator. And so if I say anything wrong, I'm sure he'll quickly correct me.
And I think the chat should all give Cecil just a very big high five or thumbs up or something to thank him for creating this wonderful randomizer.
Salut.
So back to what we're seeing on screen. We're seeing the Artemis Dragmire is doing the shop fight to get some early levels. It can be a little bit of a tricky fight, but Magus kind of makes it pretty easy to get some early levels. I imagine that we're going to see him enter into Cathedral as well to discover Luca, while Ridley is just plowing through it.
That's right. And that shop fight, well, it does have some tricks to it. If you have anyone except Magus, essentially, it will automatically teach you your first tech for that character. Magus takes a little longer to learn those, but I actually didn't catch what Frog learned there.
He personally has heal.
Heal's very good. That's my second favorite to learn first. First being water 2, because obviously learning an AoE early will help you finish Cathedral very quickly. So.
See, I'm on the opposite end, and I don't want to see heals early. I want to just see damage and save my heals for last.
I think that's a very fair point. I'm not familiar with how long it takes to learn your first row of tech if you skip that fight, because I always do it.
Yep, I'm going to say my start is 99% of the time going through that, unless my starting party is something like Marl and Luca, who just have absolutely no damage at level 1.
That's right. That's right. So we have Artemis is just still shopping. There are a number of random vendors available. 3 at Lean Square here. And he can go all over the map to find whatever he needs. The only exception to how random they are is that Melchior will always give you revives and shelters. It's one of the only guaranteed drops or buys in the randomizer. It's a quality of life thing.
It is nice to just be able to know where you can at least get those. For some of the other items, people have kind of their own numbers for when they're looking for how many ethers to buy, how many heals, and things like that. Personally, I'm a 99 ethers kind of player, and I keep it low on shelters, but you see some prioritizing those shelters. One of the big changes for the randomizer is the price of a lot of these items. For example, the shelter in the vanilla version of the game is only 120 gold, but in our randomizer, it is 1,200. So it is extremely expensive to be trying to buy shelters as a way of healing. You have to be very efficient with them. And we see Artemis is now entering the cathedral to do his shop or his fight here. And Ridley is about halfway through his. He's got this should be his last fight unless he decides to take another one before we get to Yakra.
Yeah, and some watching may wonder if you're going to see like a Yakra skip. We have a flag to turn glitches off for these races. It is possible in a Jet Seed to do all of the skips you're familiar with. If you're familiar with the vanilla glitch system, unequip glitch, the fade out and save anywhere. But for racing purposes, we remove that. So they will be forced to fight Yakra, whether they like it or not.
We'd love to see Yakra, and you know, it's good to take a lot of these boss fights early too, because some of them have the potential to drop really amazing items. For example, I've gotten the Wonder Shot off of Yakra.
Absolutely, boss drops are nothing to sneeze at in this. They tend to drop high tier items. It's not guaranteed, but to me, it's worth it. Even if I have the glitch flag on, well. It's confusing because turning on the G flag turns glitches off. But if I'm allowed to do the glitches, I still tend to fight the bosses for that very reason. And if you start with something like some great techs and something like Flare, it doesn't matter anyway. They're not hard.
So one of the interesting things about Cathedral is that this is actually not a required dungeon for any key items. Many times people do this early because it will give you access to your third character immediately. But then you see some varying strategies where both of these runners are appearing to want to clear it all because it will unlock a fourth character, which just gives you options. It gives you some flexibility that you aren't going to be tied into it. And especially if we saw a Prism Shard at Snail Stop already, we're looking for a Marl because we might have some important items hidden behind it.
Yes, and in that way only is the Cathedral only possibly required. And I can't even think if I've had a seed where I needed Cathedral, come to think of it. But it is possible for the Cathedral to hide a character you need. The list of those characters goes like this: Frog, Marl, and Robo. Marl, like Taco said, she'll unlock the Prism Shard quest for you to do and fight Yakr 13. Robo, he'll allow you to get the key item from the desert and the Retinite fight. And Frog will allow you to, carve open Magic Cave in order to go to Magus' castle. So there are sometimes seeds where you'll get stuck if you don't have one of those characters.
I saw a Pearl Edge drop on the Yakra fight, which is a great sword for Frog to have early. Pearl Edge is brilliant. Really, very, very strong weapon to get early.
And again, even like Ridley does look ahead here, but he did not do those first 2 early checks.
Yeah, he didn't do those early checks, and he hasn't done any shopping yet. So he's going to have a little bit more money in his pocket for these places, but he's still got to go and find his ethers and shelters and all those items in order for him to make this seed a lot easier. It's really hard to do this without any items.
Yeah, that it can be suicide. Absolutely. He is checking the West Wing for items here, so he clearly does know he needs some items. I think he will go shopping.
I think that's going to be his next play, is to either go looking for tabs or just maybe he's just going to go for items and skip tabs. I think I saw them both take the bromide fight, and that has been changed from vanilla as well, that when you collect the Nagaet bromide, when you turn it in, instead of just getting one tab, you get one of each tab. And speed is probably the most important stat in this game. If your characters are slow, it makes fights so much harder. And we see Chrono as our 4th character. Now the question is if we're going to see a swap out for Frog or Magus. I don't imagine we're going to swap Luca out. He doesn't like the Magus. I think Magic Wall was
Magus, and I can respect that.
I think his first tech was Magic Wall, so he is basically a basic attacker, which is the worst form of Magus.
Yeah, the only good way to really level up Magus' techs early on is to go through Heckran Cave. And if you don't have good AoE magic or any magic, you won't be able to grind there. So,
yeah. So
seeing Magic Wall as the first tech, it just makes it sound not worth it.
No, it does not seem worth it. So we're looking at Ridley. He looks like he's going to be resting up here, one of the few spots to get a free rest. If he starts the Zenon Bridge quest, this rest is gone. So he's grabbing it early, and I imagine he's going to be starting that quest next. Or maybe we'll see something like Denadoro or I don't think they have Heckran. I don't know what Luca's techs are. So I would imagine we're going to be doing Denadoro or Zenon Bridge soon.
Right, and it looks like he is taking a little bit of fighting here. It'll be interesting to see how it stacks up later. Unless he's just collecting tabs. Well, there you go.
Collecting his tab and his free shelter.
Gotcha.
Free shelters are very good to get just because of how expensive they are.
Yeah, I find that I'm often trying to balance getting the perfect amount of, consumables that I'll need throughout the seed and maybe buying a shiny weapon for someone at the same time. And that can be hard to do unless you either find free shelters, for example, or something you can sell.
And he decided he didn't like the Chrono play because he's got the wood sword. And wood sword at Zenin is very, very bad. And he still hasn't done any shopping, and he still hasn't checked for Snail Stop or Carpenter, so he doesn't know about the Prism Shard or the Toma's Pop.
That's true, and some runners tend to do this early, and at the end of the day, you will. Oh, and he finds the bent hilt.
That amount of times could be just a reset. He's deciding to go through it. There can be very good item drops here. Maybe he's seeing Frog early. Could mean it's a Magus Castle seed. Early hilt, early Frog. It's kind of leading the way for that kind of finish.
Now, Raster Cecil in chat here, he says the bent hilt is not a good find. I'm starting to turn around on that. If you do get the bent hilt and the bent sword and the and the ruby knife and Frog early, it becomes competitive. However, he doesn't know that the other two checks aren't any of those. It can also be nice to take those early checks in case you find something like Gate Key, because of course you can then teach your team magic early from Specchio.
We have not seen the Burrow character yet. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, we have not. That's true.
Prediction for Marl to be there.
We have our first prediction of the race. Marl's at Burrow.
So what is a Burrow character? Frog's Burrow, which is hidden in 600 AD. In the vanilla version is where you bring the reforged Masamune to get Frog to open up the magic cave and go through Magus's castle. A character is going to be hidden there once you unlock the Masamune. Ridley's still working on Zenin Bridge. And for those of you that don't know, you do not have to fight all the skeletons on the bridge. If you hit Ozzy 3 times, he will immediately surrender that fight and you will be able to get full experience and items from it. However, if you do have something like Ice 2, Fire 2, you can one-shot everything and that's a little bit faster. And we're going to see Zombor on the bridge, which is split into 2 different parts. Generally, as a good strategy, you want to take out the head and leave the legs for last, or else he's going to start doing strong AoE attacks on you.
That's right. And Techni is pointing out there was no item drop there, was there? That's pretty unlucky because
that is very unlucky.
Not only do they drop items, and sometimes you get 2 items from that fight, it can be a high tier item. It's not uncommon for us to see something like a Mega Elixir or even a Speed Tab there. Well, it's a little rare. It happens more often than not.
Yes. Looks like Artemis is doing a quick save here before he does that because we might see a reset when he discovers the bent hilt. I don't know if he's going to decide to go for it.
From where we stand, it might be a good move. But we can see both screens.
Yes, we have an unfair advantage. All right, the moment of truth. Are we going to see our first reset of the run?
Ridley's having a good fight with Zombor here. He's aware, of course, that you can hit the bottom with fire. Having Luca early is nice for that because her fire is powerful the entire time. Well,
Artemis is looking like he likes the item. He's going with it.
Yeah, he's going with it.
And I'm thinking that we're going to be seeing the end of our Zombor fight in 1 or 2 more attacks. He's been beaten down on those legs for a while.
So I did say that the glitches are disabled. I mean, tech skipping is not quite a glitch, but you can do it in this game. In Jets, you don't have to wait at the stairs for the dialogue. When you're like just to the left of the chef, and you can run through his dialogue boxes very quickly by just kind of running up and down.
And we finish off Zambor. I didn't see if he dropped any strong items. And where are we going to see? He might be going. He's going to go to the Epic, and then I'm betting he's going to be checking in Bromide, or perhaps he's going to. Oh wait, Ridley still has not done any shopping, so maybe he is finally going to start looking for items.
I would bet that's what he's about to do, and this is a good place to start actually, because the route a lot of players take. Oh, you don't actually get to check that shop, but he's not checking it anyways. Having said that, I mean, we saw him like collecting free shelters, and he might feel confident that he doesn't have to do as much shopping.
So it looks like he decided to buy the Prism Shard right there. So we've got it. It's interesting purchase without having Marl. They both looks like they both decided to buy it. So they're hoping for Marl to be showing up sometime soon.
And straight to Denadoro for SP Ridley. He's really trying to stay on the cutting edge of this run, I have to say. And it's making me a little nervous.
So, well, Magic Ring, that's a pretty strong item to find on Denadoro. That fits really great with any one of those characters.
That's right, especially early on. Items like that you wouldn't think have much power can make all the difference. Something like Magic Scarf can be the difference between a fast grind and dying.
It absolutely can. Denadoro Mountain is an interesting dungeon because it can either be extremely fast or extremely low, depending on how many enemy skips you're choosing to go through or that you know how to do it. There are several encounters here that can be about a 3 or 4 minute gauntlet that you can just run through. There are lots of treasures here. However, none of them are that good. There's a couple good chests on the waterfall that you could take a gamble on that could lose you about 30 seconds if they aren't good items. So you see many runners that will opt to just try to skip as much as possible. But there are some that like to take some fights. There are some that like to check a lot of the chests. So we'll see what Ridley's play is going to be.
That's right. I mean, Denadoro is an area that I think could take from start to finish anywhere from 3 to 20 minutes. And it could be worth it to spend a lot of time here if you're gear starved, if you're level starved.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned those chests on the waterfall. I believe, I don't know if they're high tier, but they are a higher tier. And they can, spit out some very useful stuff. So if you're gear starved, you might take that 30 seconds.
Yeah, and that is true. And with the low level that we are at right now, Masamune can be a hard fight. He can almost one-shot many characters, and if you don't have Chrono in your party to hit him with Slash or whatever's in his second slot to kind of diffuse Masamune, he can party wipe very easily. There have been plenty of runners, myself included, that have lost 5 to 10 minutes losing to Masamune.
Absolutely, and even if you just make it by the skin of your teeth, it probably took a very long time to beat him. So we'll see how this goes for Ridley. Another thing to mention is that I believe Masamune can do a status effect to you, and there's little to no chance you're going to have status protection yet. However, he does have Magus, who comes with an amulet for free.
And as it pointed out, we do have an early heal from Frog, so that can help out a significant amount. However, that is going to be dropping your damage output because he is the one that has Pearl Edge, and I don't think we've found a good weapon or tech on either of the other characters.
Yeah.
So it could be a very grindy fight
That's right.
through.
That's something that can make a huge difference on the mass immune fight. It can make it take anywhere from 2 to 10 minutes. It's usually easy to stay alive, but it can take forever to finally kill him. Those little breaks he takes will allow you to heal your party. But again, like Taco said, if he's using Frog to heal, that's going to lower the frequency of him hitting with, I believe he has a Pearl Edge equipped.
Yeah, he has the Pearl Edge. And we've also found out that Magus has a Hurricane, which will help out a lot. However, again, if you're using Magus for basic attacks, you are not having a good time with Magus. So we did see in the chat, what are the can and the rock? The can is Toma's Pop, which you can pour on his grave in 1000 AD to open up Giant's Claw, which will allow for a new key item. And the rock is for Dreamstone, which unlocks Tyranno Lair so that you can enter 12,000 BC. And if you have the Ruby Knife, it is one of the key components for the Lavosco mode.
Yeah, and we did see, unfortunately, Ridley took that gauntlet fight that is the infamous fight you don't want to take, because it does take, I think no matter what, it's going to cost you a few minutes.
It's several minutes to get
I don't
through.
think it's a whole 5, but it's like 3.5. And depending if you can't kill them fast, he's taking pretty good care of that. So Artemis is going to catch up. We'll see how their levels balance out, because he will, be getting a little more experience. It will toughen him up a little bit.
Yes,
which could be beneficial for the boss fight at the end here.
For anybody that's watching and wants to know how to do the skip, that gauntlet skip is incredibly simple to do. You just walk up about halfway past the rock and then turn left, and you can skip every single one of those fights. Yeah.
I mean, in reality, you only have to walk up, a small handful of pixels, but you can walk up halfway, all the way. It doesn't matter. There's a huge window for you to just get right past it.
Even if you play it safe, you're only going to be losing about a half second to a second as opposed to taking the most efficient route. So do what you can to skip this gauntlet, because unless you are absolutely starved for levels, it is a long time. So, Procky, which rock are we betting on that's going to be thrown by our good friend over there?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to go with the white rock.
I'm thinking gold rock. I'm seeing the frog, and it's just making me think gold rock.
I would like to see that, but I would like to be right more.
So we are going to be seeing if Ridley is going to be doing the waterfall chests. To do that, you just walk all the way to the left instead of continuing on, and you will be able to jump down and find 2 items that are higher tier than the rest of that. We see Dragmire hitting the skip, and you can see how much faster it is to just run through that. And they are in the same area of the dungeon now.
Yep, we essentially have runner parity here. Well, Dragmire took the waterfall, but we'll see. I mean, I'm starting to think Ridley is just not concerned with vendor checking, which is fine by me, but boy, oh boy, we'll see how this goes. That could keep them at parity if he doesn't go for his vendor checks. He also has not checked Carpenter's wife either, who has the Toma's Pop.
Yeah, shield and mid tonic on the waterfall chest is bad. And as you were saying, not getting those 2 key items, he is not working with a lot of information.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to be coming up on the moment of truth shortly to find out which rock we are going to be getting.
And it is rare to see someone actually use one of these rocks, let's be honest, but it can be actually very handy if you get the right one for the team that you want to fight Lavos with, or Zeal too. There are a few excellent triple techs that should not be underestimated.
And I just want to point out that this is the life. Mountains are nice.
Yeah. Although I just feel bad for annoying him. He's trying to enjoy his day.
Oh, Ridley, you didn't get the rock. We still don't know. Although he does get the bird skip, so that's good. That bird can be a real jerk sometimes.
And I could be wrong, but I don't think he's saved either. He's just going full tilt here.
He's turning around. He wants to fight. He was insulted that the bird ran away from him.
Oh. Oh, and he takes this 5 enemy fight here, which does not always happen.
Artemis, you're not getting the rock either. Oh, he's getting jerk bird.
Stop the race. We'll tell them they need to get the rock.
Yeah. If that bird, so you have to get to the ladder shortly after he's thrown his 2 rocks. And if you don't do that, it triggers this fight. That's right. There is if you don't make that window, it is possible you can actually go back to where the chest is. He'll start throwing rocks again, and then you can go back to the ladder and save it. So it is possible to save it. It takes a lot of time though. And again, I mean, if Denadoro's the first place you're checking, you might want to take more of these fights than usual because, like we were saying, Mass Immune, very difficult fight. And Ridley is coming up hot on that right now. Jerk bird. He wants the rock? He didn't get it. Huh. We will never know which rock he's getting. But we are starting almost the exact same time, so we're going to see who can get through Masamune faster. With Ridley having a slight edge in starting, but Artemis having a better items simply because he went shopping. That's right, and I'm not sure, like, do their weapons stack up? Do they both have Pearl Edge and Hurricane? Or is the only difference the consumables that they have access to? Looks like they both have Pearl Edge and Hurricane. And there was a ruby gun found on the mountain, so I think they have the same items. Oh, okay. Or the same weapons. I would feel pretty good about that. The lack of ethers could hurt on Ridley's side, though. Because heal is not cheap. Ridley has learned Dark Mist. Interesting. That could make a huge difference. That can, yeah. So on the first stage of Masamune, you only have to take out one part of it. If you attack one of them, though, they automatically counterattack. If you hit the left, they counter with an X strike. If you hit the right, they attack with a confusing attack. So generally, I like to go for the left. I believe that could be Masa. And it generally is just, you take more damage, but you keep control of your characters. That's right. And it's a good spot to exercise your status ailment spells if you have them. Like Provoke or Hypno Wave or Boogie or whatever. They're susceptible to it. You will put them both to sleep or stop them or confuse them, etc. So generally, the strategy is to put the right one to sleep and attack the left one with a single target attack. And that's kind of how you slide through this one. AoE effect or attacks are your worst enemy unless you can do about 1,000 damage with it. That's right. Because they will both counterattack you if you use an AoE. Yeah, and they both die at the same time, yet you still have to fight them coming together after, which I always felt was unfair. But we see Luca down over on Ridley's side. He's got some revives. Found some along the way, so hopefully he can get a heal off before. Artemis had a very quick first phase here too, so they're almost neck and neck now. Ooh, but like we said, like Taco said, that he can just one hit you easily. You have such low HP here. Oh my gosh, he got through it. I was very worried for Ridley. Well done on his side. Well done.
Yeah, incredible fight.
Yeah, even on Artemis' side, we're seeing those one-shots that Luke has already been knocked, and Frog is within KO range. I think, honestly, Magus is KO range with a 105 HP as well.
Yeah, if you don't watch their HP closely, if you come in here early, you'll pay for it most of the time.
If Triton is correct, if Ridley is not saved, that could be basically the entire game.
Absolutely, considering the amount of time he spent up here, which is now to his benefit, but could have been much to his detriment if he lost all that time due to not saving.
We see the hero medal, so we are likely going to be seeing him heading to the Burrow in 600 AD, perhaps. We'll find out which character is there and be able to just immediately check a new key item.
He's going to sleep this one off first. They did bash him up pretty good, I understand. And then we may see him either collect some tabs. I hope he goes shopping. And then the hero medal check.
Everybody just telepathically tell Ridley, go shopping. There we go. We're doing it. We did it, everybody.
We did it, Jack.
Well done.
Heals.
Oh my gosh, he wants the heals. 40 of them. Those confuses. He just hated it.
Yeah, that's right. Artemis is facing basically a similar fight. It looks like he's got Frog down over there.
40 heals and 30 mid-tonics. Yeah, and as you're saying, Artemis is having a good Masamune fight.
Ridley's ready to stay alive. He's checking hero medal now. It's down. You check Frog's chest, where I believe usually you get the broken blade from that, and it's going to have a random key item for him to see, and we'll see if it's progressive in nature. We also get to see who's hiding here, and it's Ayla.
Ayla, I think we had a guess for Morrow here earlier. Whoever you were, sorry about your luck.
That's right, and now Prism Shard is still inaccessible to them.
And there's the end of Masamune, so he is about to discover his hero medal.
That's right, and due to all this YOLOing, Ridley is really pulling ahead here. They were almost neck and neck, and now Ridley has got to be 1 or 2 minutes ahead. Just like that.
You hate to see it. We see all that time on Denadoro, send you to the Hero's Medal, and you get the tools, which is essentially a dead check.
That's right.
They have Hecarim left and Giant's Claw for progression. Hecarim and Giant's Claw to find either Gate Key or the Pendant.
That's right. The tools is a bit of a extra item.
Well,
it doesn't have progression. It doesn't give you another check like a few do, such as the hero medal. But what it will do is, if you really love Frog, you can take those tools and upgrade his weapon and get some extra stats from completing the Cyrus's Grave or the Hero's Grave quest.
Yes. How evil do you think this seed is? Because there is a scenario that is in front of us at the moment that if Hecarim and Denador, or Hecarim Cave and Giant's Claw only provide us with the broken blade, that means that the next major progression item is on Mount Woe.
I am reserving my fear. I think that it's just my intuition, of course, but I feel like a gate key or a pendant, it might be in their future here. They've been teased too much. If I get tools early game, I expect it to give me a gate key. Maybe I just feel entitled.
I'm in the case right now where I feel like if there is something that can go wrong right now, it will go wrong. And I am fearing that we're going to see a Robo's Ribbon at Giant's Claw or Heckran, and that we're going to see a bent blade at the other location.
That, you know, it's not like it hasn't happened, you know. So, yeah, it's possible to find something like, well, they can't find Prism Shard at Mount Woe, but they could find Pendant. But we are jumping ahead just a little bit, perhaps. Because they still have Heckran, they still have Thomas Pop, the Giant's Claw, which is actually kind of a tough fight right now, I bet, because they're a little low level. You can't just go right into Giant's Claw.
And I'm not sure what their magic situation is either, because I think we know Dark Mist. So Dark Mist should be enough to get through Heckran Cave. Heckran only has 2,000 HP, so that's not too hard to get through.
That's right. I haven't caught them checking their techs yet much, but so I guess that means they don't really have any.
Luca has Napalm.
She does have Napalm. That's good. Between Napalm and Dark Mist, you know, yeah, I would totally go Heckran here.
That's a 3 or 4 round fight.
Yeah. And I might even take a little more extra fights in here, knowing that my only available check after possibly would be Thomas Pop and the Giant's Claw. So I would keep that in mind and think, you know, that's going to take a little extra power to take down Rust Tyranno.
Yes. Courage Pope in chat is asking, where is Ayla? She is in the Frog's Burrow. However, you need to have the fully reforged Masamune to unlock her. So we know her location, but we can't pick her up yet.
That's right. You would, in that case, you would give her the forged Masamune, and she would croak like Frog, and Frog's theme would play. And you would then collect her.
After she challenges your main character to practice sword play.
That's right.
How many texts does the Masamune character get? I have no idea. I don't get that character often enough to actually pay attention to it.
Well, could it get 4 if it doesn't have Specchio, though? I mean, if it's Ayla, it could.
If it's Ayla, Magus, or Robo, it could.
That's another mechanic of this randomizer we may have not covered, is that at some point here, we're expecting our players to try and visit Specchio at the end of time to learn magic. Even though they already know magic, they're actually limited to their first 3 techs until they visit Specchio. However, there's 3 exceptions to that rule: Magus, Ayla, and Robo, because they cannot learn magic. So if you get those characters in your early game team, you can level their techs up, you know, till the cows come home. You don't have to visit Specchio. But if you get stuck with, you know, what it looks like they're dealing with a little bit here, those other 4 characters, Chrono, Luca, Marl, or Frog, if you don't get a good roll on their techs, you could be stuck with slow progress until you see Specchio.
But Procky, how do you get to Specchio?
Well, there's 3 ways, Taco, and I'll tell you right now. One of them is the gate key. That's probably the fastest and most reliable method that we all use. All you have to do is open up that gate in the Imp's cupboard in Medina Village. You go straight to Prehistoric, and you re-enter that gate to go to the end of time. The other 2 methods are much longer. One of them involves doing the factory in the future. You have to fight the R series. You have to complete the factory and then go to Protodome, and then you get end of time. And the third and longest way is you actually have to go through all of Magus's castle, and after that, you will get access to end of time. That can be very bad. And I pray we don't see that here today, because going through Magus's castle without magic can be just a nightmare, an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, especially if you grind out the levels on Magus, that can alleviate some of it, but his version of Fire 2, Ice 2, and Fire 2, Ice 2, and Lightning 2 is at half the strength of the main character's version of it. So if you were going to put, let's say, if I believe that the rating on the other Marl and Luca and Chronos is an 8, because he knows all of them, his is only at a 4. So he has them, they are not as strong.
Yeah, that's right. It could be, depending on what weapon Magus is holding, I'm not sure, but if he gets a critical hit in with a nice weapon, that might do more damage than one of those spells on Magus. But they're actually fighting Heckran at the same time. Now we have a dual screen boss fight. That's always nice. I don't imagine they're not going to have any trouble here, really.
It's something when you see Magus casting the spell almost in sync on both sides. That was a simultaneous Dark Mist.
It's a beautiful
followed
thing.
By almost a simultaneous napalm. Followed by water cyclones. What is going on?
However, we do have a slightly different party on each screen. Ridley has opted not to use Frog. Looks like he just wants raw damage and no healing.
Yeah, I don't think that Frog has any damage tech, so that could be why we had the switch.
Oh, that's right, because Chrono does have lightning too.
So it could be slightly faster. However, he is going to be losing out on that experience and tech.
Yeah, and Artemis finished first. Possibly because Ridley had to spend more turns healing with consumable items instead of heal. Frog's heal spell, that is. Ooh, they found the clone.
That means that it's hopefully we're hoping for Gatekeeper our pendant in the giant's claw.
Wow. Oh. Yeah, now that.
Oh no.
That really narrows things down.
It's all down to this dungeon check.
Yeah. I'd say we're hoping for pendant. I'd say so. Because of course, now if you get the gate key, like I said, one thing it does is it unlocks magic. The second thing it does is it unlocks another character. Your fifth character, in this case, will be at Dactyl Nest. That could be Marl. That could give us progress here. Another thing it does is gives you the Nizbel fight, which will give you another key item. So you get a character and a check and magic. With the pendant, you actually get 3 checks. You get to check Aristome, you get to check Son of Sun, and Genodome. You get 3 checks, and you get a character Protodome. So
and
generally...
You also get a very long check to magic.
You get a long check to magic, and you do also get a lot of sealed chests that you can open for gear. It's a little longer, but you do get those 3 key item checks. So at this point, I might root more for Pendant than Gatekey. But I'm not playing, so I don't know how badly they want magic.
From a viewing perspective and from being evil, I almost want to see the bent sword here.
Yeah, that is evil.
Does that make me a bad person?
No. Because, it makes you something, but I'm not going to use that language here today. Maybe if we were in Australia, it would be okay. But here's the fight that's very difficult on Artemis's screen. If you don't have 13 speed or more, it doesn't look like he's running at all, as a matter of fact, but this is a very difficult fight. It's a very difficult fight.
So another tip for anybody that's interested in this and is started playing and is looking for some tips. L and R are your best friends in this game. You can run from so many battles and save the time. Yes, you do not get the tech points. Yes, you do not get the experience. However, a lot of the game has been scaled so that you can beat these bosses at a much lower level than in the vanilla version. For example, the Rust Tyranno here in Giant's Claw is a lower HP, less damaged target, so you can beat him basically right now as opposed to an end game dungeon like it is in vanilla. So running from battles and finding the appropriate spots to take fights is going to could be up to an hour from your runs.
That's right. And on top of that, there are a large number of fights that in a vanilla run are actually unskippable, but they've been made to be skippable here. That goes for a huge, like most of the Black Omen. I think there's a lot in there you cannot run from in a vanilla seed. I keep saying a vanilla seed, which doesn't make sense, but you get my point. You can run from pretty much everything in Black Omen, and it makes that place very quick. So White Rock is the first rock. It's not the one at Denadoro, but is the one I said.
No, Artemis, don't go up that ladder.
So I guess I won this seed.
Well, no, because logically it's Gold Rock at Denadoro. You can't prove me wrong.
But if a rock isn't gotten on the mountain, does it really even exist?
Ooh, philosophy. So one of the interesting things about Giant's Claw is that there is actually only one random encounter you have to take for the entire dungeon to clear it. And that is that 3 purple dragon dactyl, whatever they're called. Those 3 evil birds are the only fight you have to take in this. If you hug a lot of walls, if you, for example, run around that left pillar up there, you skip that fight. If you hug the walls running through a lot of these areas, you skip those fights. If you push that button, you skip these fights. So this can be an incredibly fast check if you skip everything.
Yeah, and even though, again, I'll just repeat myself, even though you can't skip that first 3 purple flying dragon encounter, dinosaur, if you have 13 or more speed, you can run away from them. Without them hitting you, that is. If you have 12 or less speed, you might get hit by all 3, and it'll just take a really long time.
Master Mars is asking, running versus flare one-shotting monsters, which is faster? I would say that it is faster to run from the fights if you're not really worried about the experience or tech points, because then you also won't have to worry about spending time using ethers or restocking anything up afterwards. Flare, while can clear basically any room in this game, it is 20 MP, and at your highest MP, that's still a fifth of it.
That's right. And so it even though running may be a little bit faster than actually casting flare, you're going to spend extra time later healing up.
Yeah. So it is just basically going to be better to run if you're not interested in the fight.
Yeah. Generally, the idea for us is we know what level we need to be at the end to actually beat Lavos, or at least a range of levels. And you just try to aim to land there at the end. So if you really take like every fight as you play and you don't run from things, you're probably going to be a little higher level at the end than you need to be.
So we see Ridley is tabbing up right now because he is about to enter the fight with Rust Tyranno.
Yeah, both runners have skipped the rubble fights. I do the same thing.
Unless you have a berserker on you that can increase your hit rate on them, I have almost always been unsuccessful in killing them.
Yeah, it's just due to my history with not killing them. Same goes with the eyeballs on Black Omen, of course, and the actual rubble piles on Mount Woe. Very high evade on them, so it can be discouraging.
All right. We're coming up on the moment of truth of just how evil this seed can be. If we see the bent sword.
Yeah, that's true. And Artemis actually caught up a little bit there. I think he saved time somehow. There's a little less of a gap now from the last fight. Or from after the last.
Dark matter. I did not realize that Artemis has dark matter. That's huge.
Called it out a little while ago. They're watching, apparently. We aren't.
I don't think that Ridley has dark matter because we see him casting dark mist unless he wants to save the MP.
That's true, because did he not get ethers yet as well?
I don't think he's bought ethers. I've only saw him buy a buttload of heals and some mid-tonics.
Yeah.
So one of the more fun strategies you can do for this fight, because Rusturano does not actually attack you until after the countdown, if you have counter-attack accessories, Frenzy Band or Rage Band, throw them on a character, because every time he roars, it counts as an attack, and you can get some free damage in.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot lose if you, like, say you have one Frenzy Band, put it on your character who has the highest attack. It's just going to make the fight a little bit faster. I'm not talking because I'm locked right into this fight. They're both doing really well here.
Yes.
However, if they don't kill Rusturano here before he finishes counting down, they are a little low in the HP department, as well as the magic resistance department.
We see them both finish simultaneously.
Great.
So we can either see a sigh of relief, or maybe we'll all audibly hear them groan from wherever they are as they see the key item.
That's right. And we have almost completely synced up screens here. And again, Artemis just keeps making up time. And I think that dark matter made all the difference in that fight for him. The gate key. That is great. That's great. That's what we do want to see, right, Taco?
Yeah, I guess. So Anas, are we going to see divergent routes? I don't know. The big question is going to be, is one of them going to go check Dactyl Nest, or are they going to both go straight to Reptite after they unlock magic and get into the prehistory?
So Ridley,
what would be your play here?
Okay, well, I would definitely check Dactyl Nest first. I mean, I want to find Marl. I even want to find Robo, because they're both hiding a key item right now. Again, Robo through the desert and Marl through the Prism Shard. I would check Dactyl first. Maybe I might even do that before I learn magic. But learning magic first is it's a standard play here. And you should at least always go back through that portal once, because then you do have access to End of Time. If you don't do that, you will have to go back through the portal a different way later, you know?
It will be slower.
Yeah.
Now, we're not out of the woods yet, because if the Reptite Lair doesn't have Pendant, what else could it logically have? It's got to be Pendant, or it has to be, I guess, Dreamstone,
it could
or
be
that sword.
I think that the Reptite Lair could literally have anything, because the Dactyl Nest, it has to actually have either Marl or Robo, because we know Isla's at the burrow.
Robo.
Right, so it'll give them more checks. And it's worth mentioning at this point maybe that every seed rolled will always be 100% completable. You will always be able to get 100% of your key items. And because of that, you can always logically conclude what's left. And that's what we're trying to do here.
We're seeing an interesting play out of Ridley going for the Desert Clear. Even if he finishes off Retinite, he's not going to be able to get an item, because you have to have Robo to finish Fiona's quest.
That's right. And at first I thought maybe he has Ice too and he's going to grind here, but that is clearly not the case. He might just be going for gear. He might also just be setting up that quest because you can kill Ret Knight and just come back later when you do find Robo.
That's Hurricane number 3. I feel like there's always, every seed has one item that you get a lot of. And this is 3rd Hurricane, so this is a Hurricane seed.
We do have Artemis over here successfully doing Specchio's War Dance for him. So he gets to learn magic on Chrono, Froggo, and Luca. And we're going to see how their techs unfold from here, because up until now, they've been kind of sealed off. He puts Chrono on the bench and continues on with Magus, Frog, Luca. Powerful mage team.
And I'm not crazy about the team personally, because I like to have at least one physical or heavy hitter, or a single target heavy hitter.
Yeah, once I have Luca and Frog, I might keep them for their obvious Frog Flare advantages. I don't like to have Magus as a 3rd in that team. Just because he can throw in Chrono or Ayla or even Marl and get all the other dual techs, because of course Magus has no dual techs.
He's only single or triple, and even the triples require dropping an accessory slot in one of your characters, so he can be very high risk, he can be high reward.
Yeah, and in some ways he's safe to play with just because of his diversity in what he can cast. But it's certainly not something we tend to prefer if we want speed, because for a lot of the, especially the final boss fights, you might only be using Dark Bomb with him the entire time, and that can get frustrating.
Artemis making the Dactyl play. He tried running around there. This is not a skippable fight. There are a couple of really neat skips here that are pixel perfect to get up some ladders without triggering a fight. However, if you spend too much time trying to find that right pixel, you might as well have actually just done the fight and run away.
That's right. So at least he did run, which is good. That's the correct play.
Yeah, there'll be a fight here, and then we're going to be climbing some ladders, moving into our next room to our east, and then that will be the first place for a pixel perfect skip if he knows it or wants to do it. It's very, very difficult to do.
Yeah. Perfect world here. You run twice and then you skip twice. But it is difficult. Even again with low speed, these avian rexes and that cave ape at the bottom. They have pretty high speed themselves, so they can interrupt you before you get to run away and do massive damage, and it sucks.
Cecil pointing out we're not seeing confused there. Funny thing, and I don't think that I'm the only person that's had this happen. When I was a kid, I saw confused on Chrono, and I thought it was casting the spell confused, not kicking the crap out of him with the sword.
I know. I think I was actually in my 20s by the time I realized that confuse is what you use.
Yes.
We're seeing an unfortunate scenario here on Ridley's screen where he managed to kill the core of Ret Knight. Now, he did kill the top right after in the next turn. I think that's saving him from Ret Knight just going berserk. Because if you kill that core early, you will lose this fight.
And if you don't have access to ice magic, it will basically just become unbeatable because you won't be able to hurt him anymore.
Yep, that's absolutely true. He's doing a good job hanging on here. He's gonna, especially since he did take out the core. I'm not sure if that was intentional. It does award you an extra 2,000 experience and possibly more tech points as well. I believe it does. He will reap those benefits as long as he takes down the legs here.
Artemis just taking the fights here and actually going for the fight instead of running away here. So he's getting that experience in text. And we are about to see who our 5th character is. So we are technically 6th. We know Ayla is in Frog's Burrow, but we weren't able to pick her up. So
That's
we
right.
see
I would call this my 5th.
Marl, and they've got the prism shard, so that could be the next play. or we could just see a continuation of 65 million BC and going to Reptite Lair.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens here, and we'll see what Ridley's now taken down Red Knight, which is great. Oh my goodness, he got a big hand and a Terra arm, so you could sell that big hand and hope for Robo. Yeah, Artemis is going Nizbel, straight to Nizbel.
Yeah, see, there's a couple of strategies. There's a couple of strategies you can do here. This is a good grinding spot. The Evil Weevils in the very first screen, you can respawn them by exiting and entering from the door on your left, and they will produce 1,200 experience points and 12 tech points per fight. So you can get a good amount there if you're feeling low on levels if you get here early. Something else you can do is if you wait for one of them to dig down into the ground and it's in like the lower southeast portion of the screen, it will take you to a dungeon, a new area of the dungeon that actually has access to 2 new chests, and they are high tier chests. You can get some excellent items from them.
Yeah, however, excellent items.
It is a gamble to get it because sometimes they dig on the first one. Sometimes you have to enter and exit the screen like 12, 13 times before you get your first one to dig.
That's right. It eats up time, and you could easily be disappointed because, of course, the chest drops are random. However, if you find a prism dress or a wonder shot or a rainbow down there once, you'll never forget.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll always hope for it again. And it does help you progress through the dungeon as well, of course, because you do have 2 fights, just like the main way down to this 3rd bottom floor. So it will deposit you down here afterwards anyways, if you're trying to make progress. So
now, if I'm not mistaken, did I see some red mails getting dropped by the Evil Weevils?
I sure hope you're right.
Because that is an amazing drop for it. They sell for a crap load of money. So you can grind it out just to make more money to sell for late game shops. Red mail is also extremely important for when you have pendant and access to future that makes Son of Sun a trivial fight. It's overall, it's good enough defense to be just an end game armor.
It really is. Finding any colored mail really early on for all the reasons you just said. You can sell them, you can wear them. Blue mail might be the least desired, unless you're going for a Zeal 2 ending. Then you're looking at blue mail and black mail as your favorites. So we got Ridley now going to Dactyl Nest. He's going to find Marl soon. And we'll see if he either goes Prism Shard or Nizbel. While Artemis is starting the Nizbel fight.
Yes, Artemis has Marl and he has unlocked magic.
That's right. Artemis did pick up Marl. I don't remember if Magus learned lightning. Yes, he did. Very good.
Magus has lightning.
And he has good speed, so he's going to be able to stun Nizbel immediately, which is a really good thing to do because Nizbel likes to attack hard and fast. If you hit him with a lightning spell early, he will do nothing except stand there for about 2 turns, and then he'll unleash electricity on you, of course. However, usually it doesn't hit super hard at this point in the game. So you'll probably still have to do an AoE heal, but this fight won't be any problem.
Absolutely not. One of the fun things with Nizbel is that if you don't have lightning, you're still A-okay, and not using lightning can prevent that large AoE counterattack that comes later from charging that energy. So there are a lot of times that I just prefer not to use lightning on Nizbel at all.
Yeah, if the only thing you can't hit him with physical, but if you have strong magic attacks and maybe a bit of healing, it could actually be a little quicker.
Ridley was not able to get the first encounter skip on Dactyl Nest, but that's K because you can just hold LR.
Yep. The setup for it does take a hot little minute, so running away is not even that bad.
Yeah, you basically get one shot at it to do it fast, and if you don't nail it, you just run.
Yeah, and at least the way I do it, I do have to set it up just a little bit, so I can't just walk to the right spot. I have to set up my character.
You do see some strategies, like Moon Blizzard does some pause buffering to get it, and he's gotten pretty consistent with it. So there are ways of getting it to be done more consistent, but regardless, the only way you're going to get it is if you sit and practice.
And bent sword from Nizbel. So things are going in Taco's favor slowly.
So if Prism Shard does not have the pendant,
we're back on thinking that it's possibly a Magus Castle seed here, and Taco is excited.
Oh man, I love me some Magus Castle.
I do too, and it's funny the way that went for me when I got into this about a year ago. I looked at some of the materials, and it basically says, and you remember from the game when you played, go through Magus Castle to get access to 12,000 BC. And so I was always kind of aiming for that. And then I learned, well, it's longer than the other paths.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm thinking, if you get that Mass Immune reforged and the Ruby Knife early and Frog, you can actually easily get a sub 2 seed. It's just as viable as any other path. I think all three paths are perfectly equally viable under the circumstances.
And that is one of the interesting things that I've had since I've been playing this, is that even after playing it for a long time, doing hundreds of seeds, you still learn new things. And for a while, there was a debate between Ocean Palace versus Zeal 2 as which route is faster. And for a while, it was accepted that going through Tyranno Lair and Ocean Palace was just a faster route than Death Peak into the Zeal. But that's not always the case anymore. That there have been times that I think that it's have been faster to get through Zeal and Death Peak simply for how much easier Zeal is as a final boss.
I agree.
And once you learn so many skips, you can get through Death Peak without fighting anything except for Lavo spawn.
Yeah, it's true. I've cut my times down in those places a lot, and Mr. Cecil, he made an amazing randomizer here. So we do have Artemis here. He forged the Mass Immune, and then he also, it looks like he's going to go Prism Shard, though.
I think that's all that's left.
And he does have Marl.
Yeah, we don't see it on the tracker, but he does have Marl. And so what he's doing right now is, in order to start the Prism Shard quest, you need to go to 600 AD, and you need to talk to the king and tell him, go get the shell for me. You also have to have Marl in your party in order to complete this quest, because without her, you can't enter the trial and go through it. So you has two components. However, if you also have a charged Moonstone, this is 2 key item checks, not just one. Unfortunately, we don't have Moonstone for this, so we're only going to see one now, but if we find a Moonstone later, it'll be a very fast check. So now we will see him run up the dungeon to the castle to the right with the conveniently built staircase that came from the 400 years. And we're going to see what we're going to find here.
It's amazing what you can get done when you're the king. Mm. Build me a staircase and a whole wing of the castle.
The trial is always so funny to watch when there's no text.
And yet he's on trial for stealing something he had given to him. Maybe he's really on trial for the overblown budget of this staircase.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the benefits, this is a long check to do because there's a lot of things that happen. You have the trial, you have to walk up, there's several cutscenes, and then you have a boss fight at the end of it. However, there are about 4 or 5 really good chests here that you can get for some gear. And since we haven't had access to Future to get to any sealed chests or sealed doors, we're still looking for some really good stuff. We don't have great equipment yet.
Yeah, that's right. You can get all the highest gear in here. It is a bit of a long check. Now, I don't think he took Marl to Specchio, but I also didn't see her tech.
I'm not sure.
This can also be a very strong team. Bit of a glass cannon. They're a little squishy, but you're going to get really high magic output from here.
This is a good team. Ooh, a Swallow. That is great for Chrono. It's one of his best swords. That's almost an instant put in the party for me.
I would agree. Swallow does come with speed bonus, does it not?
+3 speed. I think it gives the highest speed boost of any item in the game.
Wow, so that would put him at 15 speed just without the bandana. That's amazing.
A dash ring, too. This is the speed dungeon.
Oh. Yeah, I would be very happy right now if I was Artemis.
Oh no, it's Magus Castle. I'm so sad.
I actually didn't catch that. I just looked away for a second.
It's the Dreamstone.
Oh, the Dreamstone. Oh my
That means that the pendant or the Moonstone. Oh man, it could still be Moonstone. But regardless, I guess Dreams, that is true. They don't have to do Magus Castle. Now I feel sad. They can go through use the Dreamstone to go through Tyranno Lair to have access to the Dark Ages.
It does look like the Mount Woe is required, I think.
Yes. There's no way around it. Mount Woe is going to have the Moonstone or the pendant. And if it's the Moonstone, then the Moonstone's hiding the pendant. No, it can't be because they have to have the future for it. It's dependent on Mount Woe. It's dependent on Mount Woe.
That's right. It has to be. That's right. Oh, wait. Yeah. Absolutely. It has to be.
Because you can have access. You have to have access to all items. So the pendant cannot be hidden in the future.
That's right. After they both do this Nizbel and Yakra 13, they actually don't have any checks left.
Which means that Robo is in the future as well.
That means Robo's in the future. That means they can't do desert until they get to the future. Everything is in the future. I'm glad everyone's just mad at me for it's not a Magus Castle required seed. It doesn't sound like I'm banned yet.
This is about as close to Magus required as you can get without it being there. Anytime you have to go to Mount Woe, it's a long one.
Yeah, when Mount Woe is absolutely required for go mode, it's like, well, Moon Blizzard could probably give us the odds on that because I think he's analyzed those things, but it's like 1 in 50 or something. It's so rare that I feel like a real jerk.
I'm loving it.
We're putting these runners to the true test here.
How well do they know every single dungeon in the game?
Absolutely. You can't be you can't think that this won't happen to you. You have to be ready for everything. Yeah, Ridley realizing now he's got the full sword. He's probably feeling a little apprehensive and wondering if he just goes straight to Prism Shard.
I'm so happy.
You just can't contain yourself either.
I'm giggling like a little schoolgirl.
Ice Cure Haste. I mean, I might unlock her. I
might kick Magus out of the party tomorrow with an early haste.
I mean, I might be realizing at this point how futile the seed is getting. I shouldn't use the word futile, but you know what I mean. It's like you're gonna have to do so much to get so little that you're not gonna waste much time by taking Marl to Specchio. It's not like you're jetting through. You can take the time to do that.
You're basically having to get your pick of the litter. Whatever your favorite party is, put them in, because you're going to be getting to the future after Mount Woe, and that's still not going to be go mode, because you still have to either find the ruby knife or the trigger. So you can get Robo. If you're a fan of the robot, throw him in there. If you want to start grinding out Marl, you got time, baby. Go for it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Especially if you see it like a haste really early. If you want to throw Ayla in there and she's going to have triple kick early, you can do whatever you want to. Well, it's going to be close for Luca to survive. She's going to be the only one that survives this, I think. Oh.
Now that's how you win a fight.
Artemis playing about. We've had some extremely close finishes in these fights.
He picked up a Gloomhelm from that. That's a great drop for me.
I believe it has status protection on it, does it not?
Status protection, and maybe not his highest defense, but status protection. Now, the thing about ending a fight like that with under 50 HP on one character, you can always tell people, I did that on purpose.
Calculated.
They can't tell you you're wrong or that you're lying. It happened.
Chrono, Frog, and Ayla. That is a viable team. That is one of the great things, is that every single party in this game is viable for completing seeds. There are some parties that are faster than others. There are some that can be the fastest but are the highest risk. For example, if you go for a full-out offensive team with like Chrono, Luca, and Magus, you can have so much damage, it's outrageous. Or Chrono, Luca, and Ayla, but you have no heals. So you have to be relying on your consumables in order to stay alive in some fights. You can have teams that are very safe, like Marl, Robo, Frog, where you have all the heals and status buffs, but then you're not putting out that much damage. But you can win with any party that you can think of in this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see. Well, first of all, what go mode they even get here, because the seed is actually kind of split down the middle here. Like, they have Gate Key, they have Dreamstone, or they will both soon have Dreamstone, the sword for Magus Castle, and the clone. So in basically all three paths to the end game, they require only one item out of each of them.
Yeah. And this really, well, Artemis, I'd say, has a little bit of a lead right now. This is still anybody's race, because if you aren't familiar or you don't have all the skips down pat, you could be taking a longer trip through Zeal if you happen to find the trigger first. Or Lavos is just an incredibly difficult fight. So if you end up at Lavos and you lose once or twice, it can be all the time difference. And we had a race, you and I, where we both lost to Lavos, I think 2 times before.
I think it was 3 times each. Or maybe 3. Yeah, it could have been 3 fights each.
It was still a sub 2, but yeah, like we were on pace for an hour and like 40-minute seed, and we lost 20 minutes fighting Lavos, the final boss.
Right. It's the biggest tease when you have great progress, you're in really early, and you end up neglecting certain things like safety.
Yep. But that's what makes it enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, if one of us actually didn't have to fight him 3 times, it would have been a blowout.
Chrono Frog Ayla does not have much magic damage. However, there are strategies that you can use to beat either one. Especially, that's a very good team for Zeal, because you only really need single target. It is going to be a difficult Black Omen because of the mutants, but there are some definitely strong single target techs that you can take out left bit and right bit on Lavos, or the center part of Zeal.
Yeah. I'd say that one of the biggest threats, and maybe we'll expand on this later on, but the mutants in the Black Omen are very threatening if you don't have good magic output.
Yeah, so the mutant strategy with that team, you're just using Luminaires, Water 2s, and Tailspins. It's not a lot of damage, but you'll get it done.
Yeah, with Tailspin, of course, it's a single target, but you should alternate if you ever do that on the Giga Mutant. Top bottom with Tailspin. Because if you do kill one half of Giga Mutant first, he'll start going berserk.
So Artemis has entered into Tyranno Lair, which is going to be giving us our first access to 12,000 BC and Mount Woe. And it has one of what I consider one of the gatekeepers of the seed in the Black Tyranno. And if you are not prepared to fight for him, it is a heck of a fight. If you cannot beat it before it gets its countdown down, you are looking at 400 to 500 damage to every single one of your characters. And that can be an instant party wipe, especially with the team that he has. Those 3 characters are all very low HP.
They are. They do have okay magic defense, especially Magus, but I still would be probably throwing barriers up. That's another big change, I'd say, from how I played this vanilla to how I play it now is shields and barriers are your friend for most of the seed. Yeah. You want to utilize those, as often as you possibly can need them. And Black Tyranno is a good case of that. Throw up those barriers so that his final attack doesn't wipe your party, because it takes a while for him to count down, and if you wipe, that's a big time loss.
We see Ridley is going from Magus Castle. He is not doing the Prism Shard quest. So this is going to be a long dungeon. However, he might maybe get lucky and still find the Chrono Trigger early and not get that required Dreamstone from the Prism Shard. So I'm hoping for the best for him.
That's true. Now, he did fall a little bit behind, but he won't have to do Yakra 13. And I think Magus's Castle, can be done in a short amount of time. We'll see how his performance is, but it's long, but it doesn't have to be as long as you think.
Yeah, there's a lot of skips you can learn in there. There's a lot of good treasure here as well. The chests generally have great items, like an Aeon suit, very strong defense. You get a lot of experience and tech points. There's a lot of good stuff in Magus Castle.
And not only that, you can grind pretty easily because there are so many, Chosty groups of monsters always coming at you. And if you have something like Fire 2, which he either has now or will soon, you can get a lot of experience and tech in here. And that can put you ahead in a different way. Something we do, regularly see, I think, is a little bit of end game grinding from a lot of our players. And if you can avoid that somehow, it goes a long way.
Yes. So Tyranno Lair has a lot of challenging skips. The fight that we just saw Artemis do is skippable if you just run left. But then there are places here that if you hug that top wall right here, you can skip this fight with Pterosaur. If you stay on certain rows of bricks, you can skip other fights. And there are setups to where you can skip many, many fights that take a while. And we've found ways to make them pretty consistent.
That's right. And in chat, we're talking a little bit about how Tyranno can be a random element now. That's true. If he is fire and they wear their red mail, or if Artemis wears the red mail, that could be free.
I feel it could be recency bias, but I feel like it's been non-elemental attacks for me more consistently than not, and that basically just means barriers. If you are uncertain of your victory here, like Prokid said earlier, Magic Wall, which we know Magus has, and barriers cut that damage by a third.
Yeah, and similarly on Ridley's screen, we're going to soon see a Magus fight where, depending on the character that spawns there, which is actually random, the attack will be suited to that character. So if it's Ayla, you'll get hit with Grand Stone. And that happened to me the other day, and it was awful.
You do get a chance to equip right before. You can see who the person is. So if you went into Magus Castle where Magus is and you see Luca, take a second and try and throw any fire absorbing or fire reduction armor on that you can. And it can make the second portion of the fight much easier.
That's right. I guess there's not much you could do for Ayla unless you had a safe helm.
That's about it.
Or just know you have to shield up. I don't know.
My favorite is always seeing Marl there, though, because when she starts off, she's just kissing the air.
And then what? Hexagon Mist?
Yeah, it's Hexagon Mist.
That's one of our favorite spells in the game.
It is an interesting spell, to say the least.
It's about the only time that you'll wish you had a blue mail in the entire game.
I think that Zeal and Marl or Frog and Magus Castle are the only times that you really ever do want blue absorbing armor.
Yeah. And meanwhile, red and black actually come in handy all the time.
Red and black.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Lightning is also very good on both final bosses.
That's true as well. Yeah.
Well, we'll get to it if we get there, but golems can also be used for blue mails if you have Marl or Frog as one of your characters, but we don't need to get into that strategy right now.
That's right, because we are watching Ridley face Flea, which can be an absolutely brutal fight. Once she starts casting her, what is it, Flea's Magic spell, or
I don't exactly remember what it is.
I think it has a different name as well, but basically she'll cause one of your characters to the stare.
Yes.
She'll cause one of your characters to attack the rest, and it can do insane amounts of damage, and it can hit more than once in a row. It can be a wipe.
One of the strategies you can use for that is if you get a character because they get KO'd, leave them KO'd because she will not counterattack with the stare if you only have 2 living party members.
Good tip. I'll write that down here, right? By the way. I suddenly hate Flea a little less. So here we go. Yeah, here's a stare.
Ooh, it's almost
it just
2
hurts
characters
so much.
down.
It just hurts so much.
If this isn't okay, if I can say if this wasn't a heal, I didn't see what she was casting. That's gonna be a wipe.
Meanwhile, we do have Artemis fighting Nizbel 2 now, and he's throwing haste up on Magus, and it looks like he's just going to go full dark matter. There is a strategy where you can shock Nizbel 2 into lowering its defense, but you really don't have to. You can just go pure magic attacks the whole time.
Yeah, with this party especially, don't waste any time on lightning. Just hit it with your strongest spells and call it a day. And yes, Flea is a boy. That is a man.
I don't know if Flea identifies as any particular gender.
I think that I thought there was a point in the game or in the vanilla version where they were like talking about being insulted that they thought he was a woman. It's been a while since I played the vanilla, but I'm fairly certain that he makes a deal out of that.
Oh, he's like he or she. It doesn't really matter. Ha 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 or something. And also like in the American version, of course, it's Flea's vest that you collect.
Yeah, chat's agreeing with me. I knew it. They say, "Hey, I'm a guy."
But in the Japanese version, you do get Flea's brassiere instead. But I think it does. It's an early example of challenging, what it is to be a gender. So it's interesting.
Looks like Ridley is utilizing that strat well. Just left Chrono down for the count, and that made the fight with Flea that much easier, and we see her first victory there. Gonna pick up that magic tab, and we're gonna go see the fight with Slash, which is still challenging, but I think it's a little bit easier than Flea. Magus getting that save, or Artemis getting the save in. We are getting very close to it. Oh no, he stepped on the right switch. We have a double pterosaur fight. Yeah,
there's a nifty trick if you're getting used to this room on Artemis's screen. If you run up into that dragon skull mouth or the dino skull mouth and then straight back down, you will never hit those buttons.
Yes.
Because they're tricky. You can hit them way more easily than you think.
If anything, aim for the left button, because then you'll just be missing some frames. It just drops the floors.
That's true. Yep.
That's also a good grinding spot, that if you're feeling low or you're close to a tech that you know is going to make a big difference. For example, if we were close to Antipode 3 on Artemis's team, you can go and trigger that fight over and over, and it will give you a decent amount of tech points and experience that you can grind it out there. I've done that in some seeds. I think I've done it in a race. This should be the end of those pterosaurs, and then we are going to be seeing the start of the fight with Black Tyranno. Hop into Azala's room, open up a couple of chests. Oh, I don't think we'll get the chest because we've done Giant's Claw. Yeah, they're already opened. So we are going to be seeing Azala and Black Tyranno. You can use a couple of different strategies on this. One, barriers and haste are going to be very important to survive, especially with this low HP party. You can ignore Azala if you put her to sleep with Luca, and then it'll eventually just have Black Tyranno drop its defenses, and you can focus all of your energy on that. Or you're just going to have to use magic to destroy Azala before Black Tyranno is going to start dropping its defense. Lightning does not shock and lower Azala's defense, so you have to use magic to finish her off.
Yeah, and there's little to nothing you can do until Black Tyranno drops his defense. If you're lucky enough to have Ayla with Tailspin in your party, you can actually attack Black Tyranno before that over and over and over again while Azala is asleep. But we're not going to see that here, obviously. But he is doing the right thing. He's casting haste. That's very important in this early phase of this fight. Yeah. In fact, if you have a full hasted team, you may not even need the barriers because you may just kill him before he kills you.
With Dark Matter and Flare, there's a distinct possibility he's going to do enough damage. We're actually going to be seeing two of the bosses that have the randomized amount of HP. There aren't too many of that. Black Tyranno and Magus both have a random amount of HP each seed. I don't know Magus's values off the top of my head, but I do know that Tyranno's can vary between 8,000 and 13,000 in increments of 1,000.
Yeah, so, I think it's basically similar with Magus. He may not go as high as 13 though, but I think once you get about 5,000 damage in, sometimes it's 6,000, he will switch to a second phase. So I'm sure Raster Cecil will be able to close in on that range on Magus.
Mm-hmm. We think Magus is 10 to 15K.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. He can be very, very, very difficult.
Seeing a little bit of struggles with Slash over on Ridley's side. And I don't know if he's intentionally leaving Marl down, or we just don't have any recovery spells for him. There's a life. Okay.
Yeah,
there we
does have life. Now we saw how little he shopped. He may not have revives.
Yes.
But he does have life. And he does have Marl, who has life too. So
Ooh, we're spending a lot of time recovering here. Let's go, Ridley. You can do this. I have not seen Ridley use Confuse yet.
like I said, I mean, I also learned about Confuse late, so it's possible that he thinks it does actually confuse the enemy. I thought that for about 90% of my life.
It's poorly named.
It's poorly named, as is Crisis Arm.
Oh, we see Slash Down finally. Thank goodness. I think that in the Steam and the DS rework or remaster of the game, they did change it to Frenzy Strikes or Frenzy Attack or something like that instead of Confuse.
That makes more sense.
Yes, Crisis Arm is very confusing with how
the
it works.
description isn't even confusing. Yeah, it's just straight up misleading.
Yes.
It's like a modern mainstream news headline. It's just designed to confuse and mislead you.
Crisis Arm is Robo's highest damage weapon and can also be his lowest damage weapon. It takes the value of your ones digit as a multiplier for your attack. So it is maximized damage. It does 9 times your damage if you have a 9 in your ones digit, and it does a 0 damage if you have 0 in your ones digit.
Yeah, and I remember again, like growing up on the game and thinking, oh, it must be like Frog Squash or Dino Tail. It must depend on how low your HP is. And then I just assumed it was broken and never used it.
It is based on the ones digit. So if you can get a gold earring on Robo and max him out to 999 HP and keep him healthy, he's going to be throwing Uzi punches for 1800 damage.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen it even higher than that.
I'm being conservative.
I may have been wearing a Prism Specs instead and just relying on the 9, but like you can do over 4,000 damage with a Uzi punch.
Yes. Gold earrings and silver earrings are the most consistent way to make sure you can do it, but it is not his highest potential output.
Exactly. And I actually appreciate his Cure Beam and Heal Beam because it will heal you for a somewhat random number. It helps you gamble with getting a 9 at the end. So yeah, Artemis taking down Black Tyranno, no problem there. I guess Mount Woe incoming.
Mount Woe. We might see a stop at the new shop right now because it is one of the best, if not the best shop in the game where you can purchase a rainbow. You can purchase Prism Specs or Wonder Shots. It's got a guaranteed amulet. But it can be just crazy good items, mega elixirs, where you see a lot of runners, if this is the last shop they have for the rest of the game, sell everything, just throw everything into gold and just purchase items from this shop.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there are 2 shops at the desk, but we'll see when he goes there. We'll explain that a little better. There's another shop down here as well in Terra Cave.
Yeah, it looks like he might just go straight to Woe instead of checking out the new shop first, which is just fine because if there's nothing really great there and you end up going to the clone or the Black Omen, it could technically be a time loss. So we'll see.
That's true because the Black Omen is the other area where we see the best shop in the game.
Mm-hmm. I think I cry a little inside every time I see Prism Specs for sale.
It's not fun if you can't afford them.
They are expensive. 65,000 gold.
Yep. Yeah, but both of those, the new shop in Zeal and the Black Omen new shop, you are guaranteed to get an amulet. That was kind of by design, because if you have to face Lavos at the end and you don't have any status protection, it can ruin everything for you, because he might cast stop on your entire team.
It's basically game over.
I've survived that once, but it would be a miracle. It was a miracle. So Artemis, I thought, was going straight to Mount Woe. He's backing out now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems a little strange to get that far into it and then back out, but I guess he does want to check out the shop in Kajar. The fight, the area that we see Ridley in, it can be skipped. However, it's always a good idea, I think, to actually check it, because there are 4 chests down here that can have really good gear. So
yeah,
if you're going through Magus Castle, I say go and check as many things as possible for the items.
Yeah, I think they are high tier chests, and you would never fall down here in a vanilla run, but it's worth it to fall down once.
We see a Doomsicle, which is Magus's ultimate weapon.
Yep. And Doomsicle is a legitimate way, and a prism dress. Amazing.
100% worth.
Yeah, that's going on right away.
Yep, do it.
Doomsicle for me is one of those items that I know no matter what, if I have Magus, I can kill Lavos no matter what.
Because that's a disappointing new shop. I just saw it.
He's at new now. So there are 2 different spots to new. He does offer 2 different shops, depending on what side of the desk you talk.
The new shop contained Gloom Cape, Amulet, and one other thing, and it was not very useful.
Another thing you can grab in there, which I don't think Artemis did grab, there is a speed tab just to the northeast of that new, in a room. There's a little hidden speed tab. So I like to grab that, and every other speed tab I possibly can. We talked about that a bit earlier. It's your best friend in the game in general, but especially in jets.
Ooh, we're seeing some unlucky steps on Ridley's side. So there is a trick with these, and you can see Ridley doing that. When you check your the save points, the save point and the gate back to this part of the level are always opposite sides of each other. The 2 that turn into fights are opposite of each other there. So if you see a fight like this one, you do not go down to the south portion of the wall. You check the east or the west.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to take so many falls here, but it is a part of the game that's difficult if you don't practice it regularly.
Yes.
It took me extra practice to not do this, which I was doing, pretty recently. But it doesn't take long. He's got the first part down. He knows to hug the right wall, but
there, now we're
he's
through it
now, and no problem whatsoever. So Artemis is skipping the rubbles again.
Always a good play in my book.
I'm not sure what weapons he has on Luca and Marl. That's going to be your main ticket to killing those rebels. It may not matter at this point because they're probably a fairly high level. The seed has been taking it's not their fault at all, but they have a Mount Woe seed. And we're an hour and 48 minutes in and we don't have go mode yet. That's a Mount Woe seed for you.
That is about as bad as it can get.
That's as woeful as it gets.
Oh, come on. So these Bantam Imps, these are a good fight to run away from usually because they are impossible to one-shot. No matter how much damage you do to it, the first attack will always just drop them from the bird, and then you have to kill them a second time. So it's a good idea to just L and R these guys.
That's right, and you'll hear me bring this up all the time, but if you don't have 13 speed or more, you're not going to be able to run quickly enough away from them before they hit you first. So it's a really good idea to just make sure you have 13 speed, or if you have dash ring or something, slap it on them for this. It'll just help you run through everything so much quicker.
All right, we're praying for some good RNG over on Artemis' side to catch this fight. Finish off the rubble. There we go. 100 tech points, 50 tech points, 1,000 experience. Antipode 2 and 3.
All the antipodes you'll ever need.
So we have, this is your strongest mage party between Dark Matter and Antipode 3. We are doing crazy damage. But now we're swapping in Chrono.
Well,
this is just unpredictable.
He You know, on the plus side, I'll say he has Aura Whirl now, which I appreciate. If I want a full AoE heal, Marl and Chrono will deliver that with Aura Whirl.
Yeah, he's got a Swallow, but I think he forgot to equip it. That looks like an Eon Blade to me, not a Swallow.
And Giga Gaia will probably not be any kind of a problem with the Antipode 3. And
now we're back to Magus.
Goes back in.
He's just keeping us on our toes.
Yeah. I think you can hit Giga Gaia with any type of magic, and all you want to do is just take those arms out. So, Antipode 3, Dark Matter. I would go that way.
I would also be throwing red mails on every single character because he's going to have 2 attacks while the arms are up, and one's going to be shadow damage and one's going to be fire damage. And if you have one element covered, you basically are immortal in that fight.
Still has a little ways to go on Mount Woe here. There's a lot of good chests to check, and you can get a lot of experience here too. So it's I think I'd compare it a little bit to Denadoro, because depending on what your priorities are, like you can get through here in a few minutes, or you could take 15 to 20.
And we're getting Chrono back in.
Oh, you know why? Yeah, and there's the Swallow. And it's either for speed or for hit, but you know what? Actually, Chrono doesn't have good hit.
Yeah, Magus is actually, I think, but has higher hit chance than Chrono.
I think Chrono has some of the lowest hit in the whole entire game.
He's better. The only one that could be worse is Robo, who is just god awful. I don't know how many Robo tackles and Uzi punches I've missed because I needed him to.
Yeah. He will let you down and may give you up.
He's going to run around and hurt me.
The important thing is that Luca loves him, though. We loved him through Luca's love.
So we are seeing, as this is going on, Artemis is getting farther and farther ahead, sheerly by the fact of how long it is taking to get through Magus's castle as compared to Tyranno Lair. So if Ridley is able to get through Mount Woe with taking less fights, he could see a significant catch up because Artemis is taking so many fights here that can be run from.
I think so. And another thing it could boil down to is, what they check in the future as well. However,
Absolutely.
Neither of them will check Genodome first, so it'll be between Sun and Arisdome.
And we could still be seeing things that it's going to be like Arisdome and and Son of Sun are going to give us Robo's Ribbon and Jerky, and then we're stuck with Geno Domes.
That's true. Absolutely. And I mean, it's actually, you know what, if actually either of them could get Ruby Knife, and it won't matter if Ridley has Dreamstone. So they really, this is a really interesting race.
Honestly, if I'm doing this and I'm wanting to be cute, I might go to Protodome and I might just go to Desert, especially if I'm Ridley, because he's already finished off everything. He just needs to go finish off the check.
That's true. That would be a great play. And and like you said, if Arisdome and Son of Sun have like Jerky and Ribbon, and Desert has a Go Mode item, but yeah, we can only speculate. We love to do that, but we're often wrong.
See, the room that Ridley, pardon me, the room that Ridley is in right now is actually one where you can skip every single encounter if you just run on the outside of the statues. If you just run around them instead of going through the center of them, you can skip every one of those fights.
Yeah, that's right. There's only...
And we see him doing it this time. There we go.
Are there 1 or 2 rooms in here where you can do that?
Lapis, and we're going to see lots of Lapis here because each one of those chains is going to drop a Lapis as well. At least 3 of the 4. I think there's 1 I've seen that hasn't dropped it, but I could be making things up. Nope, there's a Lapis. Yes, Alloy Blade would be an acceptable endgame item. Not his best, especially knowing what could be available, but certainly not his worst sword.
Oh, and they're all giving the Wolf Load Sword too. All of the winches.
So we can only guess what it's going to be. I think it's we have seen multiple Wolf Lobe swords. For anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, Wolf Lobe sword is just basically a text glitch where a bunch of the letters are mashed together and random, and you don't actually know what item is getting dropped, but if you look quickly enough, it kind of looks like Wolf Lobe sword. We see Ridley preparing for Magus now. He's doing on some armor. He wants to get a quick save in. Pick the wrong one. We saw an amulet pick up for Artemis, which is great because that's a 50,000 gold item that gives you status protection. Having 2 of them is almost required to get through Lavos quickly or safely. 1 is good. 2 is great. 3 is what you're really aiming for if you can afford it.
Yeah, it really comes down to pure luck. Of course, in vanilla, Lavos will always inflict chaos on you. In Jets of Time, he'll inflict a random status ailment. Sometimes you'll get lucky, and it might just be sleep. Even Chaos is lucky. Okay, here we go. For Ridley.
And there's Marl kissing the air.
So he's going to have to deal with Hexagon Mist if he isn't careful here.
I don't know if he has any blue armor available. I think we've seen some mermaid caps. I don't remember seeing blue mails or blue vests, though. That is a lot of hide caps to still have equipped on your party there, Artemis. Have you really not encountered any helmets?
More speed items. Speed belt there.
Yeah, these helm drops have just been awful. If you're 2 hours into a seed and you're still wearing hide caps.
You know, it happens though. Of course, you know that, but it makes a big difference in your squishiness. Sometimes I'll leave bad weapons on Marl and Luca because they are like mages. They don't need to really hit single target really ever, but leaving something like a hide cap on is it's not by choice, I'm sure.
Okay, so we got a couple more item checks down here. We are coming to the end of Mount Woe, and we're going to finally be able to find our pendant, and they can breathe a sigh of relief and still be sad that we're still not in go mode at 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a long time. And again, none of the racers' fault. It's
no.
Mount Woe seeds are notorious for taking a very long time. But it's great because we get to see lots of different parts of the game and hang out, you know? Right, guys?
You know, it's just more Chrono Trigger to love. Aeon Helm and Green Dream. We found another helmet. Green Dream being another accessory that's been growing on me as a better item. It gives you a one-time reanimate, and as some people have noticed, it's not one-time reanimate total. It's one time per battle. And
yeah, I heard that someone told me once that it was one time total, and then I believed that for like quite a long time.
Yeah, it is one time per battle, so it can be extremely useful, especially if you know there's a chance you're going to get one shot by their first attack. I've used it on and different versions of this where I've gone through the hero's grave, and there are some soldiers in there that can one shot you with their attack. I've had to use Green Dreams just to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. It can save your life in certain battles where you get a huge AoE, and it's the difference between a complete party wipe and the end of your seed and being able to keep going. You put it on someone like Marl, and she has life too. Well, you can have two characters alive instead of a party wipe.
Yes. All right, and we are going to be just a couple of streams away from seeing Giga Gaia, and then we can start seeing how routing is going to make or break the seed. He does have, at this point, quite a bit of a lead, though, because even as Ridley finishes up Magus' castle with having to go through all of Mount Woe, Artemis might be able to do two full dungeon checks before he gets through Mount Woe.
Yeah, and doesn't look like Ridley's having too much trouble with Magus. It looks like Magus has just switched to Shadow, which is very nice. I believe he should have Antipode 3 by now.
See if he'll use it if we're just...
Sometimes I sit here waiting for him to switch to Shadow, and he just won't.
Yeah. I think this is just going to be a beatdown Magus where he's just opting to hit him with the basic attacks.
Yeah, which is totally a viable way to kill him as well. Or, in this case, her.
Yep, in this case, we are fighting Marl. Give us the Antipode 3. It has one of my favorite animations in the entire game. I love watching Antipode 3s. Oh,
it's not as good as Grand Dream, but it might be my second favorite.
Just the flash and then the explosions just feel, it's so nice.
It's just like the end of every Atari game.
Ooh, Chrono's a fast boy with that. Does he have haste on him? No, he's just that fast compared to those two. Marl and Luca do have two of the lowest speed stats in the entire game. And there's Giga Gaia. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Give us our pendant. Gold stud. That's another great find. Cut your MP use by 75%.
Gold stud is such a good item, and I have to say it's one of the rarest drops in jets, I think. Like, I'll find prism helms way before I'll find gold studs in statistics. Like, but maybe that's just me.
And we finally have access to the future, which means we now get to see the trial sequence. Who are we sending to prison? Who's their party leader? And we get to raise the age-old question of, do you rescue Fritz? I am not a rescue Fritz person. If you had, he would have just gotten a bunch of stuff right there. But, Brocky, are you a rescue Fritz kind of player?
I only rescue Fritz if Raster Cecil is watching my stream and I'm aware he's there. Because he'll complain if I don't.
A pleaser. I refuse to save him. I don't care if I have Chrono in my party. I am not taking the time to do that, and I am not taking the time to go to his shop.
I'm not sure how familiar you are with like his story in vanilla, but like I don't have the full story. Like, he says he was hanging out with thieves, or he was mistaken for a thief, or something like that. I mean, the guy's might be a little sketchy. All right,
it's
like, he might be in there for a reason.
It's the opening of Skyrim. He's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Come on.
It could be that too. It could be that too. But it's not up to me to take the chance.
Wait, did we get the validation cat? Did he pet the cat? I wasn't paying attention to see if he actually pet his cat.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. All right. Artemis disqualified for not petting the cat. This is Ridley's race to lose now.
Of course, speaking of things I'll never do, that's one of them. I mean, I know it's...
Is Marl's name always Frrle when it's Magus? Pearl? I've never noticed that before.
What?
Is that some weird bug, or is it always Frrle?
It's always Furl.
It's Furl.
Commentary invalidated.
Oh, we see the end of Furl.
Well, that's great. He's on his way to Mount Woe next. And Artemis is on his way to the future. So I think we still have an interesting ending to this.
Yeah, if Artemis is unlucky in his checks and Ridley is very lucky in his checks, this could still be a very close race. It has got some caveats in there. You still have to clear the dungeons. You still have to do well fighting Lavos or Zeal.
Yeah,
but
and it may depend a little bit on. Now Ridley, of course, did Retinite early, and he can now just take Robo straight to Fiona's house and get a key item. That's going to be his fastest check after Gigagea.
Yeah, they both have found a bunch of red mails, so Son of Sun is also going to be in the play for a very fast check.
That's right. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see what they choose to do here.
Ridley going shopping for almost the first time. First time buying it. My man, you're 2 hours too late, but you bought 99 ethers.
Yeah, I was speechless. I would have said something there, but I was actually speechless.
Yeah, I imagine that Son of Sun is going to be one of the first checks. I would still loot the sealed doors because if the way these helmets have been dropping, there's something to be desired for the weapons they're looking, or the equipment they're looking for.
Yeah, that's right. I just hope that they don't do what I did. If they do go to Protodome first for Robo, I had a seed like this similar, and Protodome can be just a little glitchy with collecting your character if you don't do it. Or I shouldn't say if you don't do it right. I should say if you do it wrong. If you start menuing around in there, you can soft lock the game. It doesn't always happen, but it happened to me during a race. And it was because I rushed to Protodome to get that character. And I think it was actually Robo in this case. And I knew I could get the desert, and I soft locked and I had to refight Dragon Tank.
Yes.
Yeah, mashing buttons will do it. Yeah. So
the most interesting thing that I've had happen to me recently was when I accidentally kicked Magus completely out of a seed here at Dragon Tank. If you do not wait for your parties, because the game only expects you to have 2 party members in this, if you don't wait for your 3rd party member here, they will just disappear from the game entirely.
Yeah, that was a very interesting seed. I've seen that less times than I've seen the actual Dragon Tank skip. So I don't know even how to explain that. It's just that with the vanilla game, when you collect characters and stuff, it expects you to have like a certain amount or a certain combination. And when the randomizer tries to play with that, funny things can happen. So if you're supposed to have 2 characters going into Dragon Tank, and instead you have 3, it can just jumble up the game code or whatever. Don't ask me, ask people.
There's the Antipode 3. You do that first move, you one-shot the entire Dragon Tank. I don't care what level you are, Antipode 3 will one-shot the Dragon Tank.
That's right. And of course, when you do any of the Antipode spells, even though they're a combination of fire and ice, it always does shadow damage. So as long as your opponent is vulnerable to shadow in any way, and Dragon Tank is all around.
Mm-hmm.
So Magus is also a great opponent for Dragon Tank. If you get in there early and he has Dark Mist, Dark Matter, yeah.
We're going to see some incredibly high levels when we get to the end because we're not in go mode. And I think I already saw level 31. Typically, when we see runners doing this, they are finishing the game. 35 is a safe level for fighting Lavos. It's pretty consistent at 35. But you see people going into it as early as 29, level 30. So we are going to be very high level for our for our end game.
Yeah, and I'd say for that reason, I'm not going to expect wipes, as much as I would otherwise. There is a big difference on those final fights between level 31 and 35. Huge difference in your stat, your HP.
A very disappointing first sealed door. Barrier, full ether, mid tonic or something like that, but nothing good. And immediately heading to the Sun Palace to do Son of Sun. If you have red mails on at least one character, the fight is trivial. You will not die. A tip though, you cannot guess the correct flame on the first cycle. Wait for him to cycle once before you start trying to find your 25% chance.
Yeah, you always have to wait for that first cycle, and that actually can be a good opportunity if you need to cast barriers. If you have low HP and you don't have red magic absorb, you can cast barriers here and you can survive this fight.
Yes.
Or haste, as he's doing now. Another.
There we go.
Here we go.
So now we can start counting, and that magic number is 10. Once he has hit the correct flame 10 times, Son of Sun will die.
Yeah, and that rule goes across all difficulties of jets. Hard mode, easy mode, normal mode, boss scaling. Doesn't matter. Always 10.
There we go. We're at 1. He has red mails on, so he is good to go. That's the counter attack, not the real attack. Ridley's still working his way through Mount Woe. He's also opting to take quite a bit of fights here, so may not be catching up very much on his Mount Woe unless he does decide to run from a few. No items over there.
I have to admit, I also check Mount Woe sometimes for things because I'm like, I feel like someone missed something. There's a tab somewhere still that no one's ever discovered.
I am incredibly unfamiliar with Mount Woe because you just don't do it that often in Jets.
Yeah, I believe there's actually some encounter skips up here that I've never learned.
Moon, I think in chat earlier, said that there's 4 encounter skips here. I'm not going to take the time to learn it because I won't use it very often.
Fair enough.
And if I'm already on here, then I already know this is a slow seed anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just run away, skip the rubbles, don't fight anything here.
Yeah, I'll if I want it to go fast, I might skip everything or only fight. See, like on Ridley's screen right now, he's got if he casts something like Flare, he could just wipe the screen. That could give you some quick experience. Luca doesn't have enough speed for him to do that right now. But so I might clear Mount Woe in that way. I'll only do the fights that I can wipe in one hit and quickly before they hit me. Wow, he found a Mega Elixir in that chest. That's great.
Right. You raise a good point that sometimes it is a good idea to fight each enemy one time because there are times that enemies are dropping speed tabs or they're dropping Mega Elixirs. And then you might want to take 2 minutes and just grind out 6 fights, 7 fights of them because then you're able to just have 2-star speed on every single character. And that can save you the amount of time you spent grinding out those speed tabs can save you 10 minutes in your Lavos fight.
Yeah, we talked about how having speed and speed tabs is maybe the most powerful thing to have. If you have full speed on each character, the game is like free. It takes a lot of speed tabs, but you will find the odd seed where you're getting speed tabs dropping from who knows where. And and we have Artemis.
Go mode.
So that's go mode. He's already in 12,000 BC. He's already fought Black Tyranno.
He's just got to go, and he's heading straight there.
Yeah, I really hope Ridley goes to Son of Sun first now.
I hope so as well.
At first, I was thinking maybe what I would do is do the robo thing with the desert, but now I realize if I did that in a race, maybe I wouldn't win. So you can see how easy it is.
Yeah,
with making these decisions. It's also random.
It's you got to be lucky. You got to be fast, and you got to be lucky. My PB, I was just incredibly lucky. It was not because I was better than anybody.
At the same time, though, I mean, the same seed went out to all the people in that race, right? Was it an async race or was it a
live
it was
race?
An
async race.
Yeah. I mean, geez. It's a combination, though. It's always a combination of luck and skill and knowing exactly what to do at exactly the right time, execution, everything.
Yeah, but better lucky than good.
Well, do you have a VOD of that race on your channel?
I have that VOD on YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube. Okay, great. Actually, I don't think I've actually watched it yet. I feel like a jerk for saying that, but I'm being honest.
It's a good one.
No, yeah. I'd love to watch that. There's no way you can play that badly. Okay.
So we are coming up on the Golem fight. And this is an interesting one that there are several strategies you can use for it in order to fight. And one of the most common ones is to just make yourself invulnerable to one element and then make sure you end each round of your attack with that element because a golem will counter attack or start using those spells. So for example, we have red mails. I would expect to see flares maybe being used as a last attack because he is going to then counterattack with fire magic, which will just heal you. This is going to make him go dark, and I don't think we have any shadow absorbing, so this could be kind of risky if he starts hitting you, because it can hit hard.
He may have thought that it was fire because it looks like fire. I don't know, but another good thing to do here is to not stagger your attacks. Like, allow all the ATBs to fill up and then give him a string of attacks. Because if you're a little slow between attacks, sometimes he will like hit you with that counter. So you want to just line it up so that you hit him with maybe your hardest spell, followed by either ice or fire, or something you can absorb.
You also want to make sure you keep your HPs well above 200 to end it, especially for the double golems at the end of Ocean Palace, because they will do a desperation attack of the Dalton Blurp, which will hit hard, and you can lose a fight after you've already finished off the boss.
Yeah, that's right. And he cleaned that fight up nice and quick and easily, so he knew exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah, especially when you're coming in at this high a level, you can just burn down your enemies. You're so strong at this point.
There is a strategy you can employ with those blurps so that they don't kill you. If you have a frenzy band on and you allow them to hit you until you kill them with a counter attack, they can't counter a counter. So that blurp is a counter attack. So if you kill them with a counter attack first, they won't hit you with that. Now, I know it's kind of a crazy strat you're not always going to use, but something to keep in mind if you do have a frenzy band. You know, say Luca with Wonder Shot, for example.
I do love me some crazy strats, though. So we're going to be seeing Artemis going through, and he's going to try and get that chest. You want to check some of these chests, but you don't want to take too much time doing them, because it will take a while to get through everything. And if I was in a race like this and we're at 2 hours, 20 minutes, and I'm just now hitting go mode, I might think I'm way behind. Even though he's not, I would feel behind at this point, so we might see him rushing to skip some things.
Yeah, at the same time, this is one of the best places to actually get chests in the game.
Yeah.
But I agree, like, I skip most of them on my runs.
It's a catch-22 that the chests can be very good items, but it takes a long time to get to all of them.
It does, and he did pick up a flea vest there, which is really good. Actually, if you're dying to magic attacks, flea vest is going to help you. A siren as well is very useful. That's another thing you can do on the golems. The golem and the golem fights. You can. They're also susceptible to status ailments. So if you have something like siren or shockwave for Luca, you have a very good chance of inflicting a status ailment on them on each hit. And if you do that, they will never hit you, which is good.
We're seeing Giga Gaia on Ridley, which he should have red mails. No, he doesn't have the red mails on, but that didn't do that much damage. So we'll just be seeing some Antipode 3s and Luminaires or Confuses to finish that off. I don't expect him to have too much trouble with this fight. Get an aura whirl off just to heal up. Artemis doing a lot of extra item checks. It's not a bad idea. It's good. There's good loot here.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. He's going to have an interesting time on the elevator, but I'm going to say at least he has all three elements available.
Yes. Silver stud.
He is picking up great items. Like, so it's a good showcase of what you can collect down here. I mean, I think he already has a gold stud, but still.
Gold stud and silver stud. That's taking the cost down of things like Antipode 3 significantly. Taking that down to 5 and 4 as opposed to 20 and 8.
And in one of the final boss fights, having to take even one turn to heal, it not only is reducing your damage output, but it's leaving you vulnerable. So you like to reduce the amount of time using consumables at the end game, of course. The silver earring and gold earring are another good example of that, because it's going to reduce the amount of times you actually need to heal.
Ooh. Oh, we see speed tab drops on Artemis's side.
I wonder if he'll take note of that, and
especially with a slow party, speed tabs. That's a huge find.
It is. I wonder if he'll grind a few of these out.
I don't think that there's a seed I could be in that if I saw a speed tab drop that I would start grinding it. Does he go back? He's not going back for it. So he'll get a few more speed tabs in the seed, but he won't be at 2-star speed. So this right now on the stairs, this is what I consider to be the best grinding spot in the game, and that I will go into Ocean Palace at as low level as possible to get through it, and then I'll spend 5 or 10 minutes just running up and down these stairs to fight this particular fight over and over, because it's going to give you 80 tech points and over 2,000 experience points.
That's right. And when it comes to having to grind in jets, you definitely want to reduce it. He doesn't even have to, of course. He's already a decent level.
Yes. Desolin asking, are the items that drop from Charm also randomized? Yes, they are. So one of the interesting strategies you can use here in Ocean Palace for the elevator that's going to be coming up next, there's a fight on there in particular that takes a very long time to take, because it's going to be 6 of the blue-eyed, or the scouts, that are 3 different colors. And if you use an AoE attack, it's all counterattacks. So you're stuck with counterattacks, or you're stuck with taking them out individually, which takes a long time. However, if you use Frog Squash or Dino Tail while you make Ayla or Frog at a very low level, it will one-shot almost every single fight on the elevator and save you several minutes.
Yeah, it's a strategy that has saved us a lot of time in our runs on this place, and it's difficult to imagine myself just not subbing in Frog quickly here.
Yes, because I think Frog Squash was one of his first 3 techs.
Just for that one thing, you might as well. But that's something you can do a lot in this randomizer as well, especially if you have like a deep bench of characters. Swap them in and out, and they level up pretty good, and use them where you need them. And because right here, a Frog Squash would be just amazing.
Every single character has areas in the game that they can shine in.
Absolutely, yeah.
And this elevator, while it seems very minor, these fights can be hard. I've wiped to these fights. They take a long time if you're not set up for them properly.
Yeah, especially the last one, you know. Like, you have to deal with 6 turns on the enemy side, and if they start doing the acid rain on you, and it can be difficult to deal with. Ridley, it looks like, I thought he bought a lot of ethers. He should be using them right now.
He should be using Antipode 3. If you have access to Antipode 3 and the enemy doesn't absorb shadow, use it.
Yeah, Luminaire is probably the only option for this screen here. If I have Robo, I always use Shock.
Yes.
I'll take down the yellow.
The mages have high magic defense, so you gotta get another round of attacks in if you don't have a high magic stat on them. But
yeah, they only have, I think,
again,
750 HP. But
again, not an issue with Frog Squash or Dino Tail.
Not an issue with those, or something like Flare, or even Dark Map. But you have to have one of those.
Yes, this is the fight that is going to take a while. If we see that it started around 2:29:10, we can see just how long this one fight of 6 scouts is going to take.
Yeah, and Ridley has taken down Gigagea. He's going to get his pendant. He's going to fight Dragon Tank, and
we can fingers crossed that he is going to go for Son of Sun right away.
I really hope so. He did fight Retinite, though. That makes me nervous.
So we are approaching 1 minute on the elevator, and we still haven't taken down one of them. That is how long this fight takes if you don't have Dino Tail or Frog Squash.
Yeah, I don't know if they all have their own, just Lightning 1, Ice 1, Fire 1. Because that's how I would be fighting this right now. But it looks like he might not actually have Lightning 1. So he just Slash.
Slash is good.
Fire. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, even just once you get them down substantially, you could cast an AoE at this point, but you do run the risk. If you hit the wrong scout with the opposite color, he'll hit your whole party. Bad AoE.
So the 6 scouts, we were looking at just short of 2 minutes for that one fight. Which,
Oh, but he does
speed
that. It's a consolation gift for that long fight.
Good. Tricky doors right there. Sometimes you got to push A to get through them.
Yeah. I stopped running to get through that door. I feel like that's what works for me, but it is tricky.
So this is one of the fun. It's a challenging skip, but we found a way to make it consistent. You can skip these fights. They're also runaways, so you can run away from them. But if you run over to the edge of the carpet, run up, flip the switch, and then you can kind of, if you hit the corner, walk over. It's kind of hard to explain. You have to see it to understand it. But you can skip these scouter fights with the switches.
Yeah, it looks like he's perfectly happy to fight them, as it's a it's a good matchup, but it would be faster to skip or just run.
Yes, you can run from them, Dipwood. But if you do fight them, you're getting more speed tabs. At least in this seed.
That's true, and you said there were 4 more speed tabs, which I think he will have since you said that. So
yeah,
you counted that properly.
You didn't take that one.
Never mind.
There's just no predicting it.
He was like, no, Taco will be wrong. So this is always a funny sequence over on Ridley's screen here where Marl is being arrested for owning something that she owns that's hers.
Yeah, she stole her own pendant. All right, so we are going to be seeing double golem over on Artemis's side, and it is the exact same fight as the one in the beginning of Zeal. However, it's double. You want to see a similar strategy. You want to see similar strategies where you're either equipping an armor that absorbs an element and ending a cycle on it. You can use Boogie. You can put one of them to sleep and finish it off. But it's best. I think it's best practice to try and use AoEs and finish them off at the same time and keep your HP high to survive a double blurp.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to have basically your party at full HP before they do the double blurp, because they can hit for about 200 per blurp.
Oh boy, we might see a dead Chrono here because they're gonna counterattack with the shadow attack right now, and that's gonna, yeah. So we're gonna see revive. Oh, we see 2 people down in 38 HP, and that's a wipe.
That's a wipe. So I'm not. Oh no,
Green Dream.
We were wrong. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult to recover though, because they're going to keep hitting him.
Yeah. You absolutely need to. I'm surprised they don't not just using
hit them with
the red mails. Red mails that end with flare.
Yeah, whatever color you really have, especially with this team, because they have every color you need actually, and if you have a full set of any absorb,
and that'll be the fight.
That'll be so difficult.
That'll be the fight. One of the other things you can do that it's difficult to do, but if you have fire and ice and you have no other options, if you alternate between fire and ice, their counterattack will always be a single target first. So it'll only do focus 1, and it'll be a weak form of it. So you can hit him with fire, let him attack with the fire attack. It hits one person, then switch it to ice, and then it's doing that. So you're going back and forth. You can throw physical attacks in there as well, because it'll always be the ball drop first, which will only cut your HP to half. It will never finish off a character.
That's right. You don't want to, you can absolutely cycle through those 3, I think. Unless you're careful, you don't want to hit them with shadow or lightning, but you don't want to leave any of them without you want to cycle them as well. So you don't want to especially hit them with physical and then wait too long. Because even though, right now he's getting hit with single target fire attacks, if he waits too long, it will turn into AoEs. So he's just got to be a little careful.
Yeah, it'll always go single target AoE for fire, and then the same thing for water and ice. Single target AoE. It takes a lot more managing your ATB. It takes a lot more managing your HP, but it's a strategy you can use if you don't have better equipment.
Yeah, and the AoEs can be dealt with, but you never want to leave them on physical, because they will hit you with an attack so hard. You're going to need a gold earring and a safe helm to survive it.
It's easily over 1,000 damage.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're seeing fire. So this strategy he's using means he won't lose because he's absorbing fire damage. Yes, there's the end of the fight. Chrono's not going to survive it, which means he's going to miss out on a lot of experience.
I don't think Mara would either. Oh, no, but she does have the green dream.
The green dream. How could you forget?
Yeah, I forgot already. So, that's where you got to be careful. As long as one character survives, you're good. But you do miss out on a lot of tech points. And I'm talking, how much is it? 242?
240, yeah, something like that. 254.
254. It is a lot of tech points.
So Artemis is now going to be entering into phase 1 of Lavos. And one of the things you want to do in this fight is you want to have status protection, especially on a healer or your fastest character, so you can get heals off. You want to have one minimum amulet, prism helm, vigil hat, gloom helm, something like that equipped, so that one character is not going to get confused, slept, stopped, anything, because it is just going to be hard to recover if it starts going poor.
absolute minimum 1. And you might even go in there with 1, realize he's casting stop, and it's difficult to manage, and you might have to reset and go back in there with more status protection.
Yes.
Sometimes he'll be easy on you, so
something you can do here if you don't have the right equipment for it. It is risky. It can be a lot of time lost if it doesn't go well, but you can intentionally lose this fight. It will kick you back out to the destroyed Zeal area or destroyed prehistory, and then you can ram the Epoch into him in order to get to the second phase of Lavos. However, should you fail that strategy, you have a lot of cutscenes to watch and go through every time you try and fight him.
That's right. You have a lot of cutscenes to watch. It takes a long time, and technically it's faster to fight him, but if you can't kill him and you try to just go through all that and then go straight to the Lavos core, I mean, good luck. If you couldn't kill the shell, I mean, you're going to have to go like grind or find items, whatever you got to do. But it does give you a chance. Like, say you're actually missing something, like mid-ethers or mid-tonics, then sure, you can go and collect those. But if your team is truly too weak here, you can keep the game going. You don't have to reset, but yeah, I don't recommend going straight to the Lavos core.
Ridley is going to Eris Dome. We don't know what's going to be there. It could be the trigger, which would be the other dome mode, but the odds aren't in his favor.
I hope it's the trigger.
Okay, so we got a lock on obstacle, which is actually very good because it doesn't slow you down. You can still use your items. You can recover from it. That's a best case scenario, honestly.
I think it is.
Oh, we still see two. But there's that green dream, man. That is the most effective green dream I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it hasn't stopped working. It's probably overheating at this point.
However, it does mean that Marl is without an accessory now because she's recovered once. So we're looking at doing 12,000 damage for Lavos Shell. We're trying to hit that 12K number, and we see Luminaires are doing about 1,000. I don't know if Confuse is going to do more, but it would be more MP efficient.
1 or 2 Antipode 3s, and they were doing a hefty amount of damage.
Yeah, we got to spend a round healing now. This is where those amulets would come in handy. And I think he should have 2 because he has Magus, and he found one on Mount Woe.
Ridley having no trouble taking out the bits on Guardian. If you have Luca in your party, she'll hit the bits with her fire damage, but she won't damage the center, unfortunately.
However, Antipode 3, the best tech in the game.
Yep. Oh, is this Delta Force?
He's choosing to go for Delta Force, which is much more mana efficient, but only probably about half the damage.
However, doesn't matter in this case.
Gets the job done.
And gives us something fun to watch.
Another fun note, do not ever menu in this room. It can bug out and cause a random encounter. Crisis Arm, that's so good if we had Robo.
I wonder if he's going to go for Robo now. He'll know that he's in Protodome.
All right, we're through Lavos Shell.
And by the way, if you menu in this room and you get an encounter, it's not a bug. It's part of the game.
It's a feature.
It's a feature. No, I mean like literally. Like if you go in there and press menu before you fight Guardian, like he'll fight you, and it's a thing. Is it a bug in the game? Actually a bug, or is it an actual feature? Now
I always assumed it was a bug.
I thought it was just meant to be that way because
the robots just spawn from the the air because you pushed
No,
menu?
it's like the game punishes you for pressing X for some reason in that room.
How dare you use a menu?
I always thought it was programmed that way.
Oh. Raster Cecil says it's a troll. I don't know if that means it's a bug or a feature still.
I don't even know there's a difference between those two words now.
We see our favorite attack over on the second stage of Lavos, where he's just opening up his laser pectorals.
That's right. His pectoral stimulators are.
Yes.
But it's only a one-time hit at the very beginning of the fight, of course. But he will start giving you those spinning discs of death.
The boomerang.
You want to have a high defense for those. At least high enough to take one hit.
There we go.
And he has that, and he didn't get targeted on the same character twice. So I would be very thankful for that if that was me. He's able to heal up.
Going for the Antipode 3 just to get those arms done.
Yeah, he's just going to get the arms down. And
I respect the damn. I respect it. I respect it. There we go. Both arms down. Yeah. He's going to do an obstacle, and that's going to mean the defense is down and the head can be damaged. Oh, you better get that heal on Luca sooner. She's going to be... Yeah, here it is. Luca's going to be knocked out.
That's too bad, but he can... Yeah, he has a good choice with Chrono and Marl both. He has life and life too, and those come in so handy in these seeds. Look, even Chrono's life, he Luca 311 HP to start her new life with. Oh, and she got healed by Lavos for another 31.
You laugh, but she's going to live with like 1 HP or 30 HP or something weird that's going to be paying off.
Yeah, it could. At the way that Artemis has actually been fighting these bosses, the whole seed, I wouldn't be surprised.
Ooh, that's a powerful attack getting through. Is everyone going to live?
Oh.
See Luca falling right before the Aura World. That's a feels bad, man.
Yep. Yep.
Oh no, we got the Moonstone, which means he's gonna probably go pick up Robo, charge it up. He's gonna be losing minutes here, is my guess. Maybe he's gonna go do Son of Sun though. We can send Ridley our energy that he's gonna go Son of Sun.
Now, Ridley did he do Yakra 13? Of course he did. No,
he didn't.
No, Yakra 13 had Dreamstone, right? Yeah, Yakra 13 looks like he had Dream, I think.
He's going for Robo.
Okay.
Robo, please have the trigger.
Yeah,
please have the trigger.
He could have the trigger.
Arisdome was the Moonstone.
Yeah, Arisdome, Moonstone.
And he has not cleared off the Prison Shard quest.
That's right. Ah.
All right, we are going to be entering stage 3. There is a fun glitch here that is not turned off by the glitchless flag. That if you push the menu button within a few frames of the screen turning black in the transition between Lavos 2 and Lavos 3, you will be able to enter your menu, change your equipment, use ethers, use mid tonics, whatever you need to make sure your party is at full strength for Lavos 3. I don't know if Artemis uses that or knows how to do it. It is a little tricky. He does not have it. He does not go into the menu there. So right there, when we see a character with 2 MP, I hope he's got a Mega Elixir, so he could throw that if necessary, but you really want to save that for kind of when you're feeling desperate in the middle of the fight. and you just need to get everyone back up.
Yeah, this is going to be a interesting Lavos fight here. He's doing it smart, though. He's casting haste on Marl first.
He also cast a protect on her to get those physical damage reduced by a third. So he's making the right choices right now.
When you are going to use Marl as a haste bot, you want to always cast haste on her first, because if you do that, she'll probably be able to take her next turn before your other two are even ready for their first. That's how you use haste properly.
With the setup that Artemis has right now, are you going to be using left bit strats, or are you going to be going center bit strats?
Well, I don't what sword does he have on Chrono?
He has a swallow. So it's doing about 1,000 damage. So it would be 3 rounds to finish off left bit.
Yeah, I might have to go center on that, you know. If I can't kill the left bit in 2 turns,
seeing center strats in chat, it might be the way to go with this team. So when we're saying left bit strats or center bit strats, you have to kill one of those two, the left one or the center one, in order to be able to damage the true Lavos, which is the right bit. The left bit has 3,000 HP, but can only be damaged physically. Or if you have Frog and Marl, you can hit it with Glacier. Glacier will work. The center
Glacier.
bit,
or is it non-elemental magic, or is it physical?
It's not something in the programming means it's not working properly. But you can use Glacier on Ret Knight, and you can use Glacier on left bit.
Oh, good. That's good.
Oh, and Robo paid off for the Chrono trigger. So Ridley is going to be going through Black Omen. He's going to start up the Death Peak. Unfortunately, he's starting Go mode as Artemis is hopefully going to be finishing. But back to what I was saying for left bit versus center bit. Left bit, you take out the left bit, then you can start using AoE magic or focused attacks on the right bit to finish it off. Center bit, you just hit with strong AoEs because it's got 10,000 HP, but very weak magic defense. So you can kill it off very quickly, and then you just focus fire on the right bit, and you just let the left bit exist.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even supplement if you feel like it's some physical attacks on the center as well, because it's not like resistant to physical either. But he is going for some physicals on the left and just playing support and playing it safe, and that's a really good strategy to have. But you don't want to make this last too long, because obviously he's going to start hitting you with harder and harder magic attacks. Not only that, all of these buffs will wear off eventually as well. But haste is going to go a long way in terms of speeding this whole entire fight up.
Yeah, we still haven't seen the right bit drop its defense yet, so we don't want to get an attack off yet. Don't use Antipo 3 yet. Uh-oh. He's going to move around. It's only going to do about 40 damage. 168 damage. All right. It did a little bit more, but certainly not the 3,000 it should have done.
Yeah, and even though you do damage the center bit quite a bit there, I would save that damage. It's good to take the center bit out just a little bit later than that, just because he's going to revive both bits anyways, and you can just get more damage in on the right bit.
If it's possible, if you can keep track of how much damage you've done to center bit, you can do it where you finish off left bit, then save the center bit for after the revive and do the last 1,000 damage or so to the center bit and continue pounding away at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, with just right bit out, it is completely defenseless and it just takes a beating. With all 3 people down, I might throw a Mega Elixir around here just to get everybody going.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to let up on the gas on that right bit.
It's got 20,000 HP, and you get both the center and left bits back up, and then you have to start it all over, and it takes a while.
They revive quickly. Doesn't take long.
At this point, he should ignore the left bit and just continue using Luminaires and Antipode 3s.
Yeah, you do have to be careful if the left bit is alive when you kill the center bit with an AoE. It will counterattack you. One way around
shields up.
Exactly. One way around that is to throw a shield.
And he's out of MP, so yeah. Tough. We're getting there though. He's getting the work in.
Yeah. They're definitely getting the work in here.
I think that center bit should go down here, and they're going to X strike whichever one he menued from. So we're going to see that X strike right onto Marl, I believe.
Yeah,
and that shield saving her life.
You can tell she has a shield up.
And he's staying. This is when you want to switch over to Antipode 2 and Confuse. If you just hit the right bit, it will not counterattack.
Yeah, instead he went for a Luminaire, which, that's fine too. YOLO.
He might have already had that menued in when the center bit went down.
Oh, he may have underestimated the
Mega
power.
Bomb. Use Mega Bomb. He's just going for it.
Yeah, it's a legit strategy at this point if you have shields.
There it is.
255. We'll see what he logs. And Artemis Dragmire.
GG to Artemis. So we will try and get Artemis in here for a quick interview after that unfortunate seed. I think it's great to watch. I feel sorry for them to have to play through it.
Ridley just picked up Sunshades on Death Peak. That's a nice drop.
It is.
Yeah. A Mount Woe seed, it happens. You don't have to play one unless apparently you're in a race and everything's being live streamed. And then you have no choice. I am so sorry, everyone in the entire community. Okay. SP Ridley's coming in here. And we are joined by Artemis Dragmire.
Hello.
Artemis, GG.
GG. Yeah, that was exciting. I honestly, I was really surprised I won that.
There are times that we were talking that I was saying that both of you guys probably felt incredibly behind given how long it took to get into go mode.
Yeah, not just, I figured everybody had to deal with that, but I got lost in stupid Giant's Claw or whatever it's called. It's like, oh my god, I'm lost in here. I'm going to lose now.
GG.
That was a weird seed just from an equipment standpoint.
I saw that you were still rocking some hide caps 2 hours into
both
it.
Of you guys 2 hours in, I hadn't found a single helmet.
Given how long it took to get into go mode.
And then I go back to the Millennial Fair and I'm like, I guess I could have bought rock helms, but oh well. But yeah, what a strange seed. Not just, and then the fact that it was one of the pendant on Giga Guy. Or is that the right? Yeah, that's the right name.
No,
that's my fault. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought that you were still
At least Red Knife
Two
wasn't
hours
behind
into
Mother
it.
Brain because I didn't want to do Genodome.
People usually don't, but people often want to do Mountain Woe even less than that.
Yeah, Mountain Woe doesn't bother me too much. I've done it enough times. But yeah, I mean, but Mountain Woe is usually not required. So the only thing I liked about Mountain Woe is it gave me a chance to level up Chrono because I wanted to get Magus out of the party because I knew he wouldn't
That's
be
my
able
fault.
to.
I'm sorry.
With the gear we had, I knew it wouldn't be good enough to wrap up the game.
Right, and you did an excellent job end game. So.
Yeah, I think swapping Chrono in was a good call. I think that was really what made the difference there.
Yeah, and
speed.
with the Swallow, he was incredibly fast.
Yeah, he was so fast. Once I saw the Swallow drop, I was like, okay, I gotta find room for Chrono. But I knew I was going to Mount Rose, so I was like, I'll do it then.
And we saw those speed tabs dropping like crazy in Ocean Ballast, which was making all of us giddy.
Yeah, I actually detoured to kill a few extra things just because I was like, oh, speed tabs are dropping here. Okay.
We were wondering if you were gonna stop and grind it out to just get everyone maxed out speed or not. But if you felt behind, it definitely makes sense that you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I had the time for that for sure. The only thing I was hoping for is that I apparently Ridley took a different route than I did. I'm looking at the stream right now and he's on Death Peak, but the only thing I was counting on was that maybe the only thing that would make me ahead is if someone wiped a couple times behind me because with the gear a lot of those fights were tough, but
so one of the key differences that got you ahead was that when you checked Prism Shard, he went straight for Magus's Castle. So he lost quite a bit of time on you getting through there to get to Dark Ages because Dreamstone was at the Prism Shard. So that one play was the big difference maker.
Prism Shard was. I'm trying to remember which check was that because I remember I picked up the Prism Shard early, but which check does that unlock again?
Prism Shard was at Snail Stop, and then when you did go clear out the Prism Shard, that's when you got the Dreamstone, so you could get to the Dark Ages through Tyranno, which is much faster than going through.
By going and getting right. Okay, that's the one where you get Marl and go and get
And about the same time, Ridley was starting his. He actually decided to go through Magus's Castle. So you were a little bit quicker or sooner than him, getting into the Tyranno layer, but he went Magus's Castle, and it really made you pull ahead at that point because. Even though you're both aimed at 12,000 BC, you just had the faster path there because of the Dreamstone.
Yeah, I sat there and debated which path I wanted to do, and I just figured Black Tyranno was the more likely candidate for not wiping on the boss. I knew with barriers and stuff, I could probably, and I didn't even need it with haste. Once I put Marl in and had haste, it really wasn't even a concern.
Yeah, you really used haste really in a very smart way at all times. It was perfect.
Haste is amazing. It's one of my favorite spells in this game, and I needed it because I had a very slow party other than Chrono at the end, and but the firepower was there. So the reason I went for Prism Shard actually was because I knew Marl or Robo had to be on top of the peak. Just because of the way the seed was built out. So I knew either Marl or Robo would be up there, and I'd either have to go to Prism Shard with Marl or go with Robo to the desert. And then something would be there, I figured. So.
Yeah. And we actually saw Ridley, he actually killed Red Knight early without Robo. And then when he finally found Robo, he went back to the desert, or he went back to Fiona's shrine to collect the item. And that's where he got the trigger.
It was the other go mode.
And that was the other go mode there. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, see, I didn't even... So he got to the future and got Robo from Robo's spot then. Or no?
Yes.
It was
he did.
Robo.
Yeah, okay. Vanilla Robo.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, that was exciting. I really was not feeling that one, but I'm glad it worked out, I guess.
No,
I had to confess that I was rooting for Mountain Woe.
You got a Mount Woe required seed, and I think that's about 1 out of 50 chance of rolling. So good on you for even just getting through it.
We've had a couple in this tournament because I commentated Amount Will Required Pendant Seed.
They are
not
just the
long ago.
worst, right?
I hate playing them. I love watching them because somebody else is going through it.
Exactly.
Honestly, with Mount Real Required, I'm pretty happy with Sub 3. Like Sub 3 is pretty good with that setup for the seed. So.
Absolutely it is. So we have Ridley finishing off his run with Black Omen, and he has strong magic in here. He's running from everything, so he should be through this in basically no time.
Yeah.
I guess actually I will pull up the restream so I can watch it in time here. There we go. Because I will just, if you guys don't mind, I will hang out here until Ridley finishes up.
Yeah, absolutely. If anyone has any other questions, maybe type them out and try and answer some. Meanwhile, we got some more Delta Force going on here, which is awesome.
It's a cool looking tech. It certainly doesn't do the most damage though, but it's getting the job done.
It's a pretty short animation.
Yeah, especially if you compare it to like Antipode 3 and stuff, which have very long animations. Delta Force is pretty short.
I always think of for long animations though with the Knights of the Round from Final Fantasy VII, where it's like an actual 4-minute summon or whatever it is.
That's not even the worst offender in Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VIII had a summon called Eden that...
Oh, Eden's took forever. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like literally like a 6-minute summon. It was stupid.
Yeah, that's about where I gave up on those games. Literally. Just too much time wasted on this. But, I mean, it's cool one time. But
we're getting the first eye skip. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's really going for it here.
And he's running. I love it. Oh, he wasn't. Now he's not running. Run away. The Knights of the Round did crazy amounts of damage. I don't remember. It's been so long since I used it because it takes so much work to get to it. Grinding up to gold chocobo just takes so long.
Okay, hold on. There's a movie called Delta Farce.
I think
Larry the Cable Guy's in it.
Oh, great. That means it's probably won an Oscar.
There is a way to skip those mutants. It's very tight. You have to kind of curl around the bottom corner there.
Yeah.
I have very low consistency myself with that one.
I usually have to reset the room. I go in there and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot this is the next room. Leave and come back and then I'm able to do it.
Because you kind of have to dash at it.
You can't waste a single second.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really interesting skips in here that I've started learning. Some more difficult than others. And some of the skips are just pure luck. Like the elevators, you can have anywhere between 0 and 6 fights on them.
It's a huge difference. And it's different from seed to seed. It doesn't matter what the seed is.
Like, so here we're just hoping for no fights here. Nope, we didn't get it. There's nothing you can do about it. Starting with Ruminator, I wonder if that means that we're going to be getting all of the fights, though. Oh, excuse me. And you don't want to be using dark on them.
Nope.
You want to use fire or ice.
That's right. Fire especially will get you through almost every single, if not every single fight in the Black Omen.
Yep, do not use dark damage.
Yeah. Dark is useful against things like robots, I guess. Same with lightning, but everything else in the Black Omen tends to be either resistant or will absorb shadow and lightning. But anything that's like a robot or electronic, for whatever reason,
one fight. That's
good.
So here's another one where you can skip this eye fight. If instead of taking a single pixel step forward, if you just run right, you skip this fight. And then if you hug the wall to the left as you're going up, you skip the next eye fight. Or whatever it is. I think it's an eye. So if you hit that wall, yeah. If you hit that wall to the left with like where the panel would be, you don't fight this guy either.
Yeah, I think you can hug it on the left or right, but you just don't want to go up the center.
If you're looking to hugging walls is a good way of skipping most encounters. Just
it is. You're gonna have to rub against them. That's what I say.
And then it's go around the pillars, go around hug the walls. You go around that left pillar. No fight here as well. And you got to go left anyway because there's a chest over there. But he did go collect it.
But even if you do fail to skip an encounter, running away it's slower, but it's better than sticking around for every fight, which again is how I used to play the game casually. I would fight every fight and it's just better to just run. Always run.
L and R.
Doesn't make you a coward.
This is one of the areas where it's got a tricky encounter. You can skip this if there's that line right at the very top of the stairs. If you hug that and you head left and then you stay by that pillar, some sort of method like that.
Yeah. There's at least 2 different ways to get through that screen. And if you go into say the actual vanilla speedrunning community, there's practice carts, practice ROMs, and they will show you where not to walk in most areas. I don't know if they have that for Black Omen though.
Mm-hmm. And we are going to see the other best shop in the game. And since the other new shop was so terrible, this one's got to be fantastic. And I'm expecting to see Wondershot, Rainbow, and Prism Specs.
Valkyrie as well. Well,
it's okay.
Elixirs are good.
Yeah, this is probably the worst news I've ever seen in a seed. They're both so bad.
Maybe it's a sign that the other chests that he's about to come up to will be amazing.
What kind of world should exist where both new shops are terrible? You have to go through Mount Woe and you don't get helmets. What kind of seed is this?
Does he still not have any helmets?
No helmets.
I think he's gotten a few. I think he's gotten a mermaid cap and maybe an Eon helm, things like that. But there haven't been really any good helmets.
It's been ridiculous. And yeah, the drops from the chests, particularly in this seed, were really bad. It was here, have full tonics. Okay. Speaking of, there's another one. Oh, you got a safe helmet at least. That helps.
Let's see where we're going on. All right, Tubster. You don't want to use dark damage on here, so let's hope we're not going to see a Delta Force or an Antipode 3. We wanted to see Confuse or Flare or Run Away. That was one of the acceptable choices. Good job. I don't know how many times it took me of casting Shadow on here before I remembered that you don't do shadow damage to it.
Yeah, and he is doing the right thing here. Like he's got the right levels, he's got the right tech, and it's a late in the game, and he's probably thinking, hey, my opponent had the same seed I did, and he also had to go to Mount Woe. And, as long as I stick to it, I'm going to get a good time at least, or maybe win.
He's winning in my heart.
I know some people watch when you're racing, you can watch the race.
Oh, he got it. That's so hard.
Wow.
Hey, we're getting 1 of 2 or 1 of 3. It's not bad. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was for an item that's not going to be used because it's from Magus, but still impressive.
But yeah, like I was saying, you can watch and while you're racing and see if your opponent finishes first, if you have that open in a window. I personally race with that closed. Because I don't want to know.
Oh, I do. Just so I can rage quit. I want to be a little baby about things. Ooh, Tabin suit. That's fantastic. Plus 2 speed on Luca. Fire resistance.
Tabin suit is actually plus 3 speed.
Plus 3 speed. My mistake.
And I'm not sure the fire resistance. I want to say 80%, but I think that's actually Ruby armor.
Oh, does he already have a Tabin suit? 2 Tabin suits.
It is 80 resist. Well, it's a solid piece of armor for Luca, but even if you're wearing that, she can still be very squishy to other types of attacks.
It's not going to do much good against Zeal because the 3 elements that Zeal's going to be using is lightning, shadow, and water.
That's right. The only way it's going to help is with speed, which does help a little, but I might, consider putting blackmail.
Yeah, my go-to strategy for if I had my choice of if I could pick my equipment for Zeal 2, it would be 3 blackmails and 3 rainbow helms.
I think so too. Yeah.
Outside of like haste helms, of getting a little greedy on that. I would pick 3 haste helms over rainbow helms, but rainbow helms a little bit more reasonable.
So even though it's like a fantasy, it'd be greedy to ask for what you really want.
Yes. That's how outrageous it would be. Oh, you're on the right step for those skips. If you go above those and you hug that middle pillar, you skip this alien fight.
Yeah, I think there's a few ways through that one, actually. And you can still run away from it, of course. That's a very dangerous fight to take. Because they can just slaughter.
One of their abilities is actually I kill you. Like, there's not a damage, it's just you die.
Right, it's basically like black hole.
Yeah. Ooh, a mega elixir. Oh, and he gets that skip. He skips right over the second mega elixir. It's beautiful.
Two mega elixirs.
So that's the 3rd one of the seed, I think. So it's pretty good. Oh, he's got 4 mega elixirs.
Yeah, he's set. There's no doubt about that.
He could step pretty soon. He's at the point where he could use them as shelters. So we are at our first of 3 boss gauntlet too.
There's no shame in it. So he's fighting Giga Mutant now, and here's a boss that is similar to Hekran in that you cannot hit him with any physical attacks. So looks like he's gonna rely on Delta Force, maybe.
He should be using Antipode 3.
I will say I find the mutants less scary than the Golem twins, though.
Delta Force did do 1,700 damage. That's quite a bit. Yeah, I agree, though, Artemis. The Golem twins are horrifying.
At least if you wipe to the Golem twins, it's a quick reset. That's the only redeeming factor there.
If I were to pick, I would rather fight Golem Twins than Giga Mutants, if I'm being honest. Just because there's so many different strategies to trivialize Golems,
Sure.
but
Sure, if it's
Giga
a
Mutant
wrap.
is just a pain in the butt, no matter what you do.
That's fair.
Yeah, we're seeing it kind of giving Ridley the biz right now. Oh, but he took the Green Dream. Oh no, he didn't have the Green Dream. Artemis, you were using the Green Dream to great effect.
Yeah, it saved my butt several times.
There were so many times like, oh, it's a party. Oh, now there's the Green Dream. Oh boy, yeah, this Giga Mutant is really being difficult with it right now.
He is being really difficult.
I always forget the Giga Mutant has status effects, and that's what makes him worse.
So here we go, finally, with some antipode. And I forget exactly how many HP Giga Mutant has.
I think it's around 10K. I don't ever really track it. I know that the Terra Mutant has 5K because I one-shot it before.
I know that. I know that one. But Terra Mutant's kind of a joke compared to this.
Yes. Oh, he's just going for it. Mad respect.
Yeah. YOLO.
No, not bad. Take my spirit, Ridley.
Yeah.
No.
He's
All right.
almost certainly going to be having to reset this. Yeah.
Ouch.
And he's dead.
Chrono just sleeping on the job right there.
I think in this case, he could just be, if he plays it a little more careful and goes for his Antipode 3s.
Yeah, Antipode 3 and leave Chrono on utility.
Yeah, just dedicate one character to support and then take your other two and dedicate them to damage. And if you play those roles well, you can get through something like this, but
He's still going for his Delta Forces, though.
I mean, it's what was Antipode 3 doing? 2,400?
It was like 1900.
Oh, 9.
And that was with
That was 17.
Marl and Luca having
Right.
poison effects on them, which significantly reduces their damage.
Oh, and of course, Delta Force takes 3 to execute, which is kind of a waste.
Yes. Yeah, you drop that mega. You got megas to spare.
I would drop that mega myself. Oh my goodness, I'm scared.
Antipode.
This is definitely one of the most annoying fights in the entire game.
Yeah, it punishes you for using your magic attacks, and it's the only way you can actually hurt it. So, not that fun. You got to get that. Drop the mega. You got him to spare. Well, we're going to start seeing these status effects coming into full play now.
That's right. Too, Moon Blizzard pointed out that red mails are a really good thing to have here, as well as Rainbow. He does deliver both types of damage to you. And anytime I'm wearing like absorb armor, it makes me not hate the boss anymore because he's helping. He's healing me. He's like a friend.
Your buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that drop in damage went from 1,700 to 1,300 now that they're all poisoned. Those status effects can really just mitigate the amount of damage and your speed in a fight.
Yeah, I'm interested. Actually, I'm not sure like how much poison actually reduces your damage. If it's a full, yes, mega.
Now,
Like, does poison reduce your damage by an overall multiplier?
I'm making this up off my out my butt, but I'm always feeling like it's a 20 or 30% drop in damage.
It's like putting on the poison specs.
Yeah, the poison specs, it's exactly it.
He's definitely managing his health better here, which I fully expected after that last fight.
Yes, 100%.
That's something that happens to me as well all the time. I'll go into a boss fight. I think I can YOLO, and I actually get hacked down. And at the end of the fight, I feel like, oh, if I had only
there it
hit that
is.
one extra time. So as long as you keep an eye on your health, you know. And unless you're Artemis and you want to finish like 4 battles in a whole run at like 38 HP on one character.
Calculated.
When did I do that?
There's a couple times.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, there was a couple of times that you just had like one character. I think Yakra, you had Luca alive at like 38 HP and both the other characters were KO'd.
Oh, yeah, at the very end of Yakra. I got a little scared, but I was like, Luca's got the HP to tank finally here.
Golem Twins, too.
Yeah, Golem Twins, he barely survived that one.
Yep, Golem Twins got a little hairy, but I wasn't too worried because of the fact he was using fire attacks. As long as he didn't hit me with the AoE one again, I was fine. But, yeah. Oh, I did want to ask, did Ridley find the Wolf Lobe sword as well?
Oh, there's so many Wolf Lobe swords.
I only got the one, but...
We've seen multiple.
Awesome. I think I've only actually seen it just playing Chrono Trigger casually and stuff maybe 5 or 6 times. It's relatively rare.
Does it actually place a random item in your inventory, or is it just
it gives you whatever the drop was supposed to be, I believe. I don't know
because I distinctly remember getting a seed where I got a Shiva Edge on Denadoro Mountain.
Oh, I remember that too.
Because I freaked out about it for like 20 minutes.
I remember that too.
People were just like, shut up about the Shiva Edge. My God.
I just want to point out on Ridley's screen here now, I said in the Black Omen almost every single fight can be skipped. Here's one that you absolutely cannot skip. You can skip these bats.
It's a very difficult skip.
You can even run from this fight, but
don't use Shadow. Don't do it. Don't do it.
But he'll be fighting Terramune right after this whole area here. It's a short little run through. Yeah, you don't want to use any kind of shadow damage on these guys. Fire, flare, fire 2. Even Luca's fire 2 can do enough damage at this point, probably to take them down.
Luminary, I think, should do the job.
I don't think lightning works on them either.
Oh, no. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
Lightning and Shadow are very bad to use on a lot of these Black Omen fights, unless they're like robots and stuff. Robots are susceptible to electricity.
Hey, he's going to basic attacks. I think he's on the assumption that all magic is absorbed.
Right. He's got to use flare. He's got to use flare. Flare is your absolute ticket through the Black Omen. And we were talking earlier too about is it worth just casting flare instead of running or fight? I'll often come into Black Omen. Maybe I'm a little underleveled, but instead of finding a place to grind, I'll just take fights as I go. And if I have a good fire spell, it's easy. It takes no time at all because everything dies to fire in here.
Yes. Yeah, I've entered into Black Omen in the teens for levels. And if you just take every fight, you'll still be at a strong enough level by the time you get to Zeal.
Yeah, absolutely.
These goons are goon squadding him right now.
Yeah, they are. I wish he had casted fire spells before he casted the other two elements. Because I think you're right. He assumed that it's just immune to magic.
Hear ye, hear ye. There we go. The goon squad down. His prize was nothing.
Yeah, I was also watching for the drop there, and I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, met with nothing but disappointment.
There will be something, though.
That is a statement. There will be something eventually.
Please use flare. Oh.
Do tubsters actually absorb shadow too? Is this okay? Not okay. I didn't think so, but I was hopeful. Oh. Don't physical attack. No. Just use flare.
I know. He's got to use flare. He's got to use flare. Flare is so good in here.
Just kill it with fire.
Right? Exactly. Just kill it with fire. I mean, you think about it, you show up anywhere in this game, in any timeline, you can kind of understand the monsters you encounter. Dinosaurs, it's like medieval shit, or some spiders, and then, or bats. And then you get on the Black Omen, you got all this weird stuff. Aliens and
aliens.
Like, what's going on? So you gotta kill that with fire.
Something that took me quite a while to realize when playing Chrono Trigger is that almost everything in the game, barring maybe robots in the future, are pretty vulnerable to fire. Almost everything is, really.
Yes.
Which is why
kill it
Bluka
with
is
fire
so
is
powerful.
always a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, tubsters are down. The true final bosses of the seed.
Yeah, he's gonna at least get some good experience and tech from that, and it'll set him up nicely for a smooth Zeal 2 fight, which will be coming up after two more bosses in this whole entire gauntlet. We have Terra Mutant first, and then, of course, Elder Lavo Spawn.
Which the Confuse is the only good single target tech he's got. So the Elder Lavo Spawn is going to be a challenging fight.
That was the other reason I swapped in Chrono late, is I was really worried that I didn't have good physical and single target attacks with the heavy magic party I was using up to that point.
Still sticking with Delta Force. Hasn't learned his lesson with shadow damage yet. Terra Mutant's gonna function basically the same way. You just need to do 5,000 damage to the top portion of it, and the whole boss dies. So, and you gotta get 5,000 before it keeps healing from the lower portion. So this is where you would actually increase your damage by doing Antipode 3s and Luminaires as opposed to Delta Force. The triple tech is a trap. It's less damage. If he can get one more off, though, before it heals. Nope.
Yeah, he'll almost always heal. Unless you can one-hit him, he'll almost always heal once.
Now, we're going to be seeing locks here because I believe that the obstacle here is the same obstacle as the one you get on Lavos. And
yeah,
there it is.
You're right, it is. And that's going to cut into his kill time.
Marl's giving him what for, though, by bashing it with the crossbow. Say, show you for locking my techniques away from me. Oh, that's so powerful. You gotta hit it hard. You gotta be fast, you gotta be hard. Oof. And Terra Mutant's almost back at full HP. And Marl's going to be down.
Yeah, here's another example of when you definitely want to use Antipode 3. Maybe Ridley just hates Antipode. I don't know.
It's like that SpongeBob song. The best time to use Antipode 3 is all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Except against Tubsters.
I was just going to say that.
Tubsters and the other guys.
Even, I think, Taco, you proved this. If you have just the right gear, like lots of blackmail, I don't know what else you had, but you killed Zeal 2 very quickly one day with Frog Flare. And
yeah,
I don't think anyone in their right mind would ever try something like that. So
I think I had like 7 mega elixirs, and so I was like, well, I'm just going into this with 1 HP. Let's just keep using Frog Flare and then just heal up everybody else.
And I tried it myself afterwards, and it made me fear Zeal 2 even less. And it wasn't that bad. So, Frog Flare's 2021 is all Frog Flare. That's what's going down.
It's the year of the Frog Flare.
That's right. Yeah, Delta Farce is killing him. He needs to stop.
Oh boy.
Three elixirs, 3 Antipode 3s.
Oh, I got it there faster. I beat all of Zeal in like 4 Antipode or 4 Frog Flares. Moon, get on my level. This is the tankiest 5,000 HP boss I've ever seen. Oh, another... No, Luca!
It's such a strong single target attack. For Terra Mutant, it's the most feared attack I think he has.
Yeah. There's Luminaire. Change the seed's name to Delta Force.
The seed name was actually pretty good.
Speaking of the seed name, midway through my race, I pulled up. I went and checked the seed name because I thought someone maybe actually rolled it on hard because of the lack of equipment we were getting.
What was the name of this seed?
It's Mother Brain Blob.
Well, we briefly had a change in spells, but we're right back to good old reliable. There it is. There's the end of the fight. Now we only have 2 more bosses.
I mean, we're going to have to question him about the Delta Force.
Yes, it is. Time to learn. Oh, mother god, another Mega Elixir.
Oh, he has sunshades too.
Is he using them?
No, they're just sitting in his inventory.
Oh no. He uses the Delta Force on Elder Lava spawn. Here we go. The moment of truth for you, Rasta.
This is a difficult team to face Elder Lavo spawn with, regardless. He's going to only be vulnerable to single target attacks, basically. There are some workarounds if you have strong magic attacks like Antipode 3 or Frog Flare or something like that, and you can tank his counterattack. You can maybe try that, but what you really want to do is single target attacks on the head. So it Ridley is, he knows. And even if it takes a long time, it's still worth it.
This is where Wonder Shot really comes in handy.
It does, and
the only time you actually really use it is Luca.
Absolutely.
It's so sad that Wonder Shot's such an awesome gun, but it's like, why would you use Wonder Shot when you have Antipode 3 or Flare or Frog Flare or Blaze Kick? It's like you never get a chance to use your Wonder Shot, but here it gets to shine.
Sometimes you need a gun that will like blow up an elephant or whatever. I guess Luca's just into guns, so it's whatever. That's Luca.
That's Luca.
This is a bit of a good like lead in to the Zeal 2 final fight, because similar to this fight, if you don't hit the right target that you're supposed to, you will be punished.
Yes. So going into, because that is going to be the next fight, what we can expect for the rest of this Black Omen is once the Lavo spawn is down, the next room is going to have the panels to fight one more time. That's going to create a save point. And then we're at final boss time. The first round of Zeal is 5,000 HP, but it's basically a non-factor because she's only going to cast Halation maybe once or twice. Even if we're seeing Delta Force, 2 Delta Forces should finish off Zeal. The next fight is against Mammon Machine, which is again a 5,000 HP, but you should be able to kill that off fast enough that he's not going to get an attack off. The final form is the one where you cannot hit the hands because it will counter with Life Shaver and MP Buster. So 1 HP, 0 MP. Good luck.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's like it's a fight you can take very safe, but it's lengthy.
It is lengthy.
I think it was actually Raster Cecil who told me one day to just use Antipode 3 on him. It's fine. It'll be okay. Just do it.
I think that the needle spawn attack they'll get, it'll do about 250 damage right now. It's much weaker on the first Lavos spawn from on Death Peak. This one will hit you quite a bit harder.
It will, and I've learned to, if you actually do cast a shield on your character that's going to attack him, it'll keep you alive. So it can be a good strategy. You can just, keep a healer, support character, and then hit him with that Antipode 3. I'm not going to say Frog, but you could use Frog for that.
We should be coming to the end of this fight very soon.
Yeah, I think so. He's very close.
There we go.
Elder Lavos spawn is down.
Can you guys ever play the I can't remember I think it's called Chrono Trigger Plus, the ROM hack that makes you fight 2 of these instead of just 1 at this part?
I have not.
No, that sounds awful.
It is awful. It's terrifying.
He's going to have one more save point up ahead. So this is something I've made a mistake on in the past is after that Elder Lavos spawn fight, I'll run back to the last save point. But as long you just have to fight one more wall of Pam.
Which a fire 2 is enough to finish them all off.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it will give you another save point. It'll spawn right after this fight.
But it looks like we're going to get a Delta Force.
You know what? That would work here. Except for all of the attacks he's taking due to low speed. So if every one of his characters had like 13, 14 plus speed, no problem. Delta Force would take them out.
Delta Force. Delta Force.
Delta Farce, I think, is what it's been renamed officially by the chat tonight. Yeah, and again, like Luminaire does really well against these things because they're like electronic based, whatever the designers of the game decided. Robots and stuff that's electronic. It is weak to to lightning attacks.
Well, and they just don't have that much HP. I think they only have 800 total.
Yeah, about 800.
Ice 2, Luminaire, Fire 2, it's all going to finish it.
Yeah, especially at this level that he's at now.
So here's where we're going to see it, where we're going to be getting 5,000 damage done. She's going to cast Halation and bring everybody down to 1 HP, but you just want to ignore it because her next attack is also going to be Halation.
Yeah,
so anytime you spend healing is going to be wasted.
You basically want to bulldoze right through her, and right after she dies, there's another opportunity for another menu glitch, which we sort of explained earlier, but if you press the menu button as soon as the screen goes black, right after she dies, you'll be able to enter the menu one last time before the final fight.
Choosing to go for Nate.
Yeah, that's interesting. So we'll see if the menu glitch is performed, but if it is, you have no reason to fear the halation because you can just heal right up before you face Man and Machine. And it happens to be like, I think the easiest menu glitch to perform out of all of them. It has the widest window.
Yeah, so he really needs to just spend this time casting Antipode 3 and just finishing off the fight.
had to give us a shout out in chat there. Going on 4 hours now.
Yes.
Good job.
Good job to you.
Good job to you. And Moon Blizzard is still with us. And
It's got to be like very late for him.
Shout out to Aura Whirl, though. Such a good heal.
Also, shout out to Orwell.
And we're back to 1 HP.
Yeah.
Just finished the boss.
Again, this is just something you just can't spend too much time on trying to heal up. She's not going to hurt you. Except for that, you know.
She'll kiss you and steal your MP and bring you to 1 HP.
Yeah. It's another farce. It's a trap.
There's the first part, an Aeon suit. All right, so Mammon Machine, if you are doing low damage attacks, it does raise its defense, which will drag this fight out longer. So you really need to just hit it hard and hit it fast.
Yeah. 2 Antipode 3s will do it, but I think 3 Delta Forces.
If it does 2,500 or more, it'll only take 2, because it's another 5,000 HP boss.
That's right. So if it does 2,500...
The second one will finish it off.
Oh, the second one will finish.
But not if you're using basic attacks to raise the defense.
I think the Delta Force will still hit for the same amount.
Let's hope so.
I think it raises its magic defense. I might be wrong, though.
Okay, still did the same defense, or the same damage.
Same
Let's
damage.
just not use Delta Force on Zeal 3.
I don't know.
Fine, chat.
If
Calling me out for saying the wrong things. Come on. What am I supposed to be, some sort of expert?
if he does kill Zeal 2 with Delta Force, though, it will go down in the history books.
I would have nothing but admiration now. I mean, I have admiration for it already, but that would just be something else.
Yeah, she's gonna often open up with the Skygate lightning.
Oh, he's eyeballing Delta Force.
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh. So this. No, it's going well. It's going well. Everything's fine.
Fire Sword 2, that's a good choice. Yes. Okay, that's your ideal choice. That is how you want to finish this fight off. Leave Marl available to cast haste and heal and use Fire Sword 2.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the safest way maybe to finish this off at this point.
I don't know how much more damage Antipode 2 is going to be doing. I think it's going to be the safer damage, and Marl is just going to be a better support character than Chrono.
Exactly. Oh, this is going to be dangerous here.
I think we are going to see some Hexagon Mist.
We are going to see Hexagon Mist, and he's definitely going to be using Mega Elixirs again. I hope.
I hope he remembers he has them.
And I guess Luca must be wearing a prism dress. I didn't actually see him put that on her. But that is better probably than a Tabin suit right now. The number of Skygates that were cast on Luca already, it's paying off. And here's our hexagon mist, and it always hits like a friggin' freight train.
Oh, it's not as bad. It's survivable. But
I've seen
it's
much
going to
worse.
be stronger in the second half of this fight.
It will be stronger, and one reason for that is that once Zeal 2 casts Halation, it's an indicator that you've hit her for half her health, but it also disables all of your shields and barriers, and it doesn't matter if you cast them or if it comes from an item. So that's going to increase the hexagon miss damage by quite a bit. Luckily, he's a pretty high level right now, and he does have lots of HP and good armor and stuff. So otherwise, the hexagon mist can just wipe you just like that.
We're going to be reaching, there's the halfway point. All right. So sometimes it's a good idea. You can, if you're brave, you can hold off slightly on that because he's going to follow it up with an MP buster. So one of your characters is going to lose all their MP in a moment here. However, they could also cast the lightning or something else first to kill a character before you're able to do that. Like this laser right here. So it's a good thing he recovered the HP before the MP buster.
Yeah, that's right. It's all timing, but I like to play it safe on that one myself.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to continue the damage because it was on Morrow. So she could honestly, I mean, you've got 3 more Mega Elixirs. You're in the final boss. Just start throwing them around. Who cares?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mega Elixir. You can do it.
Well, maybe not there.
Oh, I would. Would you take 50 damage? Mega Elixir.
Yeah, he is maybe being overly conservative here with his consumables because Marl's going to be a little more helpful with him.
And I'm not seeing haste on any of them. Did he cast haste?
Now I feel like he did at the beginning, but maybe it wore off. I'm not sure.
I know that the other status glows can override it, but I just question it because I don't see Chrono with anything. There's GG. 3 hours, 57 minutes.
And a moon armor.
And a moon armor right on time.
For Moon Blizzard, our glorious tracker from Brazil.
I think we need to make the rule for Moon. Anytime he gets the Moonstone, he has to complete it.
That's fair.
All right.
So let's get Ridley in here for a quick interview or a long one. I don't really care anymore. And then
we'll get the $1 million question on Delta Force.
That's right. That's what we're all looking for.
Will he be joining?
Yeah, we're just trying to get him into the Discord chat now. And should be able to get him on here soon, and we can get a feel for some of the decisions he made during that run. So let's hope he gets on here soon.
Maybe.
Well, while we're waiting, I think he's coming very soon. I was just going to say thank you to everyone who helped make this happen, and that goes out to Taco Hero, Moon Blizzard, and
oh boy.
welcome.
GG, you got there.
Took me long enough.
So I'm just gonna hit you right off the bat with the question that was going on in chat, and we were wondering ourselves.
What's that?
You seem to have a very big love for the spell Delta Force.
Oh. Strongest thing I had.
Well, it wasn't.
Oh.
Antipode 3 does a lot more damage than Delta Force.
Probably right, but I don't know.
That's all right though. It's still it was a tricky seed to begin with, and you and Artemis actually did the opposite go modes, and he finished on Lavos, and you
really?
ended up going to there. We were kind of hoping that if you went to Son of Sun, as soon as you got to Future, you would have got the Ruby Knife.
Darn.
Yeah, and that's my bad for rolling that awful seed. So you can blame everything on me.
Yeah, it is all Procky.
Of course it is. How dare you? No, that was pretty fun though. I just made the wrong choice, that was all.
Yeah, I mean, like I have to say, for the first good chunk of the game, you were just going YOLO. You were actually ahead of Artemis at many points, and
yeah, you guys were pretty close to each other for a while, where you had a slight lead for a while, but when you ended up going through Magus's castle and you didn't do Prism Shard, that was where the split really happened, that he developed a larger lead on you.
Yeah, that's right. He did Prism Shard, and he got that Dreamstone, and yeah, that was a bit of a turning point. But overall, I was impressed with your play, but I could tell it was falling apart a little bit towards the end there.
Oh yeah.
And but other than that, I think
I feel like I did, like, as I was going through Black Omen, it was kind of falling apart, but I feel like when I got to Zeal, like in her final form, I feel like I brought it back with that fight.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Even Black Omen was pretty fast. The mutant fights were a little bit tricky, but like you were running from a lot of encounters in Black Omen, which
is the right move, yeah.
Sped things up a lot. So yeah, GG's. I don't know. I can't think of anything else to ask right now.
You persevered through it and you got it done.
That's the most important thing.
Right.
And maybe the next seed will get some helmets.
Maybe.
Oh, the helmet. The lack of
helmets in there. I feel like I just need to make good routing choices next time.
It was kind of a tough seed to route, honestly, because it kind of had you locked in until you got either the Masamune or the Dreamstone, and like, yeah, it was. Once I saw that it was opening up. The reason I went for the Prism Shard is because it was like, I don't remember if I got Masamune before that or not, but I saw that it was developing into a seed that was probably going to force into 12,000 BC just by the way the drops were. Unless I found something insane like the Pendant run Prism Shard, then I knew it was going to be a seed that was going to force Pendant on Giga Gaia, and I ended up just going for the Prism Shard because I was like, well, it's either going to be at that point I figured this is either going to be the Pendant for progression, or it's going to be something that unlocks 12,000 BC, or you know, and then I can have my choice of ways to go.
Yeah.
That was why I went for that at that stage, if I'm remembering my thought process right.
Yeah,
but
it sounds right.
I definitely got lost in. I felt really behind at one point. I mentioned it earlier, but I got lost in the stupid Giant's Claw dungeon because I very rarely go in there. And yeah, I ended up taking a bunch of wrong turns.
I did too, actually, when I went through there.
but GG, it was fun.
GG. I was really hoping that the Ruby Knife was on Mount Woe, but it turned out to be Pendant. I made a wrong choice. I feel bad about it.
Yeah, once I got to Mount Woe, I mean, the only thing that could be there was Pendant. It was the only item that could possibly be there at that point. And then my worry at that point when I got to that, as I was ready to go to the future, my worry is that you were probably in the future already, or I was right behind you. And I was thinking, my worry was that my thought was, okay, I got a bunch of red mails from drops in somewhere, I don't remember where. I got a ton of them, like 8 of them. And I was like, I'm gonna go do the Son of Sun right away, just because I have all these red mails. But if it's not there, I was really worried that it was gonna be like a Genodome or something silly, and I was really I knew there was 2 go modes in the future, but I just didn't want to have to hit a bunch of dud spots when I got there. Luckily, it was on the first check I did, so. All right, guys, I think I'm going to head out, but it was a lot of fun. Thanks for racing, Ridley. It was a good time.
Right, yeah, good game. It was fun.
All right, well, on that note, we are going to wrap things up. Thank you for everybody that stuck around and watched it. Thank you to Procky and Moon Blizzard and SpeedGaming for restreaming this and getting everything set up. If you are interested in playing the Randomizer, please click on our Discord link that's been posting. Make sure you follow all the runners, commentators for more Jets of Time content. And we hope to see you on future streams for when we continue our tournaments.
Sounds good. I have nothing else to add except another big thank you to everyone involved and all our racers and restreamers, commentators, trackers. Have a great night and a great weekend, everyone. Our next race is going to be on Sunday afternoon.
All right. We'll hope to see you there. Have a good night.
Take care, everybody.
Take care.